Hello, my name is Josh with Digital Tutors, an Autodesk authorized publisher. In this series of lessons, we'll be discussing some of the introductory methods for modeling in 3ds Max 2012, and you should begin to develop techniques that will complement your own style of modeling. So throughout these lessons, we'll learn a variety of different modeling methods, such as spline modeling, that will allow you to easily model irregular objects with ease. Then we'll learn how to use primitive geometry to build some of the more complex objects of our concept bike, and we'll also be introduced to several of the common tools used for modeling in 3ds Max. Finally, we'll learn how to create some of the basic materials for our bike to create some really stunning 3D renders. So by the end of this course, you should have a solid grasp of the different modeling techniques and begin coming up with a modeling style that works best for you. So in the next lesson, we'll get started. In this lesson, we'll get an introduction to editable geometry and how we can manipulate their subobject modes to begin the modeling process. Now, before we begin our project, I think it's really important to have a solid understanding of how editable geometry behaves in order to create some stunning 3D geometry. So with that said, let's go ahead and create some primitives in our scene so we can actually discover how we can convert it to an editable geometry to start the modeling process. So we're going to go to the Create panel, and we're going to make sure that we're under Geometry because this is where our 3D primitives are actually held. And then we're going to go to just a box. You can use really any primitive that you want here, but I'm going to drag out a box. So I'm just going to use my left mouse button, hold it down, and drag out the base of this box. Once I have a desired size, I'm going to go ahead and release that left mouse button, and you'll notice that as we're moving our mouse up and down, it's giving us a height for our box. Now to actually finalize the height, we'll click one time with our left mouse button, and now the box is finalized. Now what I want to do at this point is go ahead and maximize this viewport, so I'm going to do that, just so we can see this a little bit easier. And what I really like to do whenever I start the modeling process is show my edge faces on my model, because this really shows me how this model is made up. So if I hit F4 on my keyboard, you'll see the edge faces turns on, and you can see them on top of the model. Now this really allows you to see how this piece of geometry is really made. Okay? So let's go ahead and go to our Modify panel and start editing this geometry. So if I go to my Modify panel, you'll notice that this box is just a box. It's really not an editable piece of geometry just yet. The only thing that I can edit at this point is the length, width, and height, as well as any segments on this box. Okay? So let's go ahead and convert this over to an editable piece of geometry and try to work this out here. So let's go ahead and right click. We're going to go to Convert To, and you'll notice that we get some different selections that we can choose from. We can convert this to an editable mesh, but what we're going to use is editable poly. Now, editable poly has a lot more tools than editable mesh, and so that's why we're going to use it. More often than not, inside of 3ds Max, you're actually going to be using editable poly. So let's go ahead and choose editable poly. And you'll now notice that this is no longer a box, it is now an editable poly piece of geometry. Okay? So whenever we have an editable poly, we can actually access the different pieces of this geometry. And those different pieces are called sub-objects. So if I expand out my editable poly, you can see that we have vertices, edges, borders, polygons, as well as elements of these different sub-object modes. Okay? So let's go ahead and discover each one of these. Well, actually, I'm just going to talk about three of these. I'm going to talk about vertex first. We're going to talk about edge, and then we'll talk about polygon as well, because these are the major sub-object modes that you'll be dealing with during the modeling process. So let's go to vertex, and you'll notice that whenever we highlight vertex or activate vertex mode, you'll see that we can click on the different points of this geometry, and these are called vertices. Now whenever we are moving vertices around, we are moving the smallest point possible on an editable piece of geometry. Now notice the behavior. You'll notice that whenever we are moving this vertex, we are also adjusting the edges that are connected to this vertex. Okay? So you'll notice that the one below it is getting longer, as well as these are changing direction. Okay? Now let's go ahead and move over to edge, and we've kind of touched on this just a little bit, but if we select an edge, we can move this, let me grab that again, we can move this up and down, and you'll notice that this is now moving this corner as well as this corner. So an edge is actually made up of at least 2 vertices on each end. So you'll notice that as I'm editing this, I'm actually editing a little bit more of the geometry than compared to vertex mode. So let's go ahead and move on up to polygon mode, and let me select a polygon here, and you'll notice that this is going to move 4 edges at the same time, or even 4 vertices at the same time. So what we're doing here is we're actually editing more of the mass. Now whenever we're working with polygons during the modeling process, we're actually trying to edit the major masses of the object. So what we're trying to do is just trying to get a rough idea of this object that we're trying to create. So let's say we're trying to create a trash can. We can move polygons around to get just kind of a rough idea of the look of it, and then we'll move into edge mode and vertex mode to get some of the finer details out of our 3D geometry. Now what I want to talk to you about right now are some of the different terms that you're going to hear whenever we're working with polygons. Okay, so with this polygon selected, you may hear me say, okay, let's go ahead and select this triangle. Now all I'm talking about is selecting a polygon that has 3 sides, okay, a triangle. Now you might also hear me talk about, let's select this quad or this polygon, and basically what I'm saying is we're selecting a polygon with 4 sides. Now a quad is something that we really want to strive for during our modeling process. We want to try and keep all polygons quads as much as possible, because this is really going to help out whenever we start smoothing some of our different objects. And we'll talk about smoothing in the later lessons. Okay? Now another term that you might hear is called n-gons, and an n-gon is basically a polygon that has more than 4 sides. So whenever we have n-gons, we could have 5, 6, even 20 sides on a polygon, and this could be really destructive, especially if this model is going to be used for animation. So whenever we have n-gons, that one n-gon may tear up, it may pinch in weird places, so we really want to strive for quads whenever we're modeling. Okay, so in this lesson we've really taken a look at editable geometry and how we can manipulate some of those different sub-object modes and how they behave. And in the next lesson we're going to get an introduction to splines and how we can use them during the modeling process. In this lesson we'll get an introduction to splines and how to manipulate them to create 3D geometry. So before we begin, I want to explain what a spline actually is, and a spline is essentially a 2D shape that is inside of 3D space. So with that said, let's go ahead and build a spline and then learn how we can manipulate it, and then finally end with creating 3D geometry from that 2D spline. Now what I want to do is I want to work in my front view. It's really important to work in the front, top, or left viewports whenever trying to draw splines. We can get some really odd results if we work in the perspective. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch to my front view, and I'm going to maximize this just so we have some room to look at this. And we're going to go to our Create panel. And here we've been working with geometry, but with splines we want to work with shapes. Now you'll see that we have splines here, and we're going to work with a line. Now we could go ahead and work with any of these shapes here, these predetermined shapes, but what we would have to do is go ahead and edit those splines or these shapes to get a shape that we're looking for. So I find it really easy to just go ahead and start out with a line, especially if it's a custom shape. So we're going to use line, and the first method that I'm going to show you with this is just how to create a shape very quickly, and then we'll go back and edit that shape. So I'm just going to click points, and you'll notice that vertices are being dropped down wherever I'm clicking. And we're just going to create a heart shape here. And you'll notice that we have these very jagged edges on this heart. So what we can do at this point is go ahead and edit these curves, or edit the vertex types and change the curves of the line. Now whenever I clicked on this first vertex here, you'll notice that this pop-up comes up and it says, do you want to close the spline? And we want to hit yes on this, simply because we want this line to be continuous. So we're going to be merging those two vertices into one at that point. Now you'll notice that we have this little crosshair up here, and this is letting me know that I'm still in the draw line mode here. And you can see it highlighted over here as well. Normally whenever we draw a line and we're ready to finish, we're just going to right click and that will turn that off, so that way we won't draw any new lines. Alright, so now we've got this drawn out, and we want to go ahead and smooth this heart out here. So let's go to our modify panel, and you'll see that we have a line in our modifier stack, and we can go ahead and expand this, and you'll see vertex, segment, and spline. Now remember, you could also use these options in our selection rollout as well. These will do the exact same thing. Now we're going to be working with vertices here, so we're going to go to vertex mode, and I'm just going to select around each vertex, and I'm going to turn on my move tool. Now I can move these vertices around independently if I need to, just to kind of reshape this a little bit. You don't really have to do this at this point. Now once I've got this shaped up to a base shape that I like, I'm going to go ahead and edit these vertices. So let's select them, and we're going to right click, and in this section of our menu we'll see that we have Bezier corner, Bezier, corner, which you'll notice is selected, and then we have smooth. Now these have different characteristics, so let's go ahead and choose Bezier corner and discuss that. Now a Bezier corner vertex will give you these handles on each side of the vertex, and we can actually adjust these handles to reshape our line. Now you'll notice that I can move this handle in any direction right now. You may come up across a situation to where you can only move up and down, and it's not letting you move left and right. And the reason that is because of our move tool. Right now you'll notice that the Y and the X are highlighted in yellow, so they are being constrained to the X and Y direction. So if you have just the X highlighted in yellow, that means that you can't move up and down. In the Y, you can only move left and right. And same thing with Y. If that's highlighted in yellow only, that means that you can only move up and down. So what I like to do is just click on this box here, highlight both directions, and then while I'm here, I'm just going to hit X, and that will keep me from switching my directions. And if you want your move tool turned back on, you just hit X again. Okay? So what I'm going to do is just go ahead and adjust these handles, and you'll notice that this is adjusting our line here. So we're going to be using this technique to trace out our bike shape that we have later on in this project. So let's go ahead and right click on this next vertex, and let's discuss what Bezier is. Now you'll notice that we have these handles that is very similar to Bezier corner, but one thing that you'll notice is that whenever you drag these handles, they are locked together, and whenever you move them, it moves each one in an opposite direction. Okay, so you could really use this Bezier vertex type to get some really smooth lines while still needing with the ability to edit that line. Okay, so let's move to this next one and let's discuss smooth. Now this is on corner right now. We're going to come to this here in just a second. So let's go to smooth, and you'll notice that it smooths that line out, but we don't have those handles anymore. Okay, so smooth will smooth it out, but it won't give you any control over the lines themselves. Now what we can control is moving the vertex itself, okay, and that will adjust the line accordingly. Okay, now let's go to this next one, and we're going to right click on it, and we're on corner, and we're just going to keep it at corner. Now what a corner vertex does is you'll notice it's very much like smooth as far as there's no handles, so we can't really control the lines that are coming out from here. but they are very, very straight. So with corner, you'll get some straight lines coming off that vertex. So we're going to go ahead and switch this one over to smooth, just like we did with this one. And then with this one, we'll convert that over to Bezier. And you'll see that we can adjust that handle accordingly. And if we need to move this vertex to kind of reshape that, we can do that. So here we've discussed all of the different vertex types and how we can control and edit our lines here. Now, we've just created a 2D shape here. So let's go ahead and go to our perspective view because I want to show you something really important. This is just a 2D line in 3D space. So if we render this, nothing will show up in our renderer. That's because 2D lines do not render in 3D space. Okay, so how do we make this important to us throughout this project? If the 2D lines are not going to render, then what's the point? Well, what we have to do is actually apply a modifier that makes this object 3D. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select my shape here, make sure it's selected, and I'm going to go to my modifier list, and I'm going to scroll down to extrude. Now there are many that we could choose from, but we're just going to deal with extrude right now. Now you'll notice that nothing has really changed, and that's because we're still in just wireframe. So what I'm going to do is hit F3 on my keyboard, and that will turn on my shaded faces here. And you'll notice that this is now a 3D object, but it doesn't actually have any depth. So the extrude amount over here on our parameters will give us some depth here. Alright, so in this lesson we've discussed 2D splines and how we can convert them over to 3D geometry to work with us throughout our project. Now in the next lesson we're going to get right into our project and start setting up our image planes for our reference. In this lesson we're going to set up some image planes that will really help us while modeling our bike throughout this course. It's really important that we have some sort of reference inside of our 3D space so we actually know what we're going to model and how we can keep it proportionate and any design aspects that are in the concept drawings. It's just like whenever you're trying to draw hands, when you first start out you don't exactly know the specific details of the hands, but you can use a reference to find out and learn. So it's kind of the same way in 3D geometry. We may be working with objects that we've never worked with before. Let's say if it's a new character, a new design of a character, we need to know how to model that out. So we like to set up these reference image planes to help us. Now the way I'm going to do this is I'm going to go to my front view and I'm going to create a plane in my front view. So this is under the Create panel, Geometry, Standard Primitives, and here we can find our plane. And I'm just going to drag one of these in our scene here. I'm not worried about the size or the proportions just yet. And what we're going to do first is actually get rid of these segments in this plane. And we really do not want these segments in here because it could be interfering with our reference image plane. Simply because we're going to be working with edge faces turned on, and these can be kind of distracting whenever we're trying to model. So what I like to do is go to the Modify panel and take my length and width segments down to 1 by 1. And now you'll see that those segments are now gone and we're free from obstruction. Now the next thing that I want to do is go ahead and resize this image plane. So we're going to go to length and we're going to type in the dimensions of our image, simply because we want to make sure that our proportions are correct for our reference image as well as our model. So let's go ahead and type this in. Our length is going to be 480 and our width is going to be 640. So our image was 640 by 480. Now you'll see that this image is quite large, okay, or the image is going to be quite large, and I want to kind of take that down a little bit. I don't need it to be this large. Now there's nothing wrong with modeling from a plane that is this large. Nothing wrong with that at all. It's just my personal preference. So what I'm going to do is actually divide these numbers by 4 and just type in those length, or that length and that width that way. So I'm going to type in 120 for my length and 160 for my width. So now my image plane is smaller and it's still proportioned properly. Alright, so now we're ready to go ahead and apply our image to this reference plane. So the way that we're going to do this is we're going to go to our material editor, and we're going to just drag in a standard material. So I'm just going to drag this into my view 1 here, and you'll see that we have a standard material that has been dropped in, and we're going to double click on diffuse color right here. Now this will bring up our menu for our material here, and we want to go ahead and apply a bitmap to this material. So I'm going to scroll down until I see my maps roll out, and I'm going to expand that. And here you'll see diffuse color. And what I'm going to do is apply a map to this diffuse color channel. So I'm going to hit none, and I'm going to choose bitmap. Now we want to use bitmap because we have an image saved on our computer. So if I double click on bitmap, here we can see our side image for our reference image. Now you can find this image underneath the project files folder, in the scene assets folder, and the images folder, so much like this right here. So we're going to go ahead and hit open on this, and it has applied itself to this material. So now we need to go ahead and apply this material to this image plane here. And what we'll do is, with this plane selected, we're going to go ahead and hit this assign material to selection. Now you'll notice that in our scene, let me just kind of minimize this here a little bit. You'll notice that in our scene it has turned gray. The reason that is because we also need to hit this show shaded material in viewport. So once we do that, now you can see that image inside of your perspective view. Now if you can't see that in your perspective view, let me go ahead and close this material really quick. If you can't see that in your perspective view, that you might want to check your shading settings here. Let's say this is set to realistic. It might be set to wireframe. So if it looks like this, that's the reason why. You want to set this to realistic or shaded. I'm just going to go ahead and go with shaded. I don't need that realistic lighting on here just yet. Now, we're not going to be modeling inside of our perspective. We're going to be modeling inside of our front viewport. So what we want to do is activate that viewport just by clicking in there anywhere. And we're going to switch this over to shaded. So now we can see this image plane in here. Now if the grid is getting in the way, if you find it too distracting, you can hit G on the keyboard, and that will turn that grid off. Now I'm also going to go ahead and maximize this viewport just so we can see this a little bit easier. Now one more important thing that we must do to these image planes before we start is to go ahead and freeze them, because we don't want these to be moving around. Now let's go ahead and select this plane, and we're going to right click on it, and we're going to go to Object Properties. We do not want to go ahead and do freeze selection just yet. If we do that, everything's going to turn gray. So let's go ahead and right click and unfreeze all, and you'll get back to where you were before. Let's go ahead and right click and go to Object Properties. So in here we can see that we have hide and we have freeze. We could go ahead and check freeze, and it will go ahead and turn that image plane gray again. So what we need to do is actually uncheck this show frozen in gray, and this will allow us to freeze anything while keeping it from turning gray. So let's hit OK, and now this image plane is completely frozen, and we will not move it around while modeling. Alright, so what we've done is we've set up our reference image plane, so now we're ready to go ahead and jump into our next lesson where we'll draw out the frame of our bike. In this lesson we're going to create the frame of our bike using the spline modeling techniques. So what I want to do first in this scene is I want to go ahead and adjust my reference image plane. I just want to move this back off of my grid, simply because whenever we create our lines, they're going to be created right along this origin line. So basically it'll be drawing these right on top of this reference image. And what I will be doing is moving our pieces back and forth, trying to get them separated from this image. So it's just easier to go ahead and move this right now. So let's just right click and unfreeze all, and we'll select our image plane, and we're just going to move it straight back in the Y, and just move it off the grid. If you want to move it back further, if you want to move it to the edge, that's fine. So we're just going to right click and then freeze our selection, and now we're ready to go. Okay, so let's go to our front view, and I'm just going to maximize the viewport here. And let's go ahead and start drawing out our frame. So what I want to do is just zoom in enough to where I can see the entire frame, and then I'm going to use my line tool and trace around the edge of this frame. So we're going to make sure that we're under the Create panel, we're under Shapes, under Splines, and then we're just going to use Line. So let's go ahead and click vertex points along the edge of our bike frame here, and I'm just clicking points and just kind of meeting the corners, and if I have a curve, I'm always going to put like a vertex in the middle of that. And I'm just going to drop one right here and cut right through here. I know that the frame doesn't actually come down this far, but that's okay. We can adjust this later. Now what I'm doing now is I'm actually putting vertex points down that are matching or corresponding to my previous vertex points that I've put down. So I have one here, so I want to put one right in this area. I have one here, so I want to put one here and here. There's one here as well. So what I'm doing is just matching these vertex points, just so they have a partner whenever we start building this spline cage. Now remember, this is asking us if we want to close the spline whenever we click on that first vertex that we first created, and we want to hit yes. Okay, so now we're ready to go ahead and edit this line here. Now before we do that, we want to right click one time because the line tool is still turned on, so that will end that line drawing process. And now we can go to our Modify panel, and we're going to go to Vertex mode. Now in the third lesson, we discussed using the spline modeling methods, and we're just going to go ahead and select these vertices. And what I'm going to do, just to make things a little bit easier to start out, I'm going to right click and go to Bezier Corner. And what I'm going to do is just adjust the handles of all these vertices to match my frame. So it's just kind of like tracing this out. So I'm just going to grab this handle here, and I have these frame accents, and I'm not following along with those. I'm just trying to imagine my frame that is actually underneath there. So we're just going to trace this out here, best of our ability. And if you need to, you can go ahead and just select around a vertex and move the individual vertex that way if you need to adjust that. Let's say it's not quite on our image, and you don't have to actually be exact with your vertices. I wouldn't obsess over this too much as I sit here and make sure that this is matched up properly. So we can really adjust these. Now you'll notice that I'm only able to move left and right. I can't move up and down. Remember that that's dealing with our move tool here. The X direction is constrained. We want to make sure that the X and Y are constrained. So we'll click right here on this box here, and I'm going to hit X so that way I don't change that direction any longer. And now we can adjust that line in any direction that we like here. And that will go ahead and stay. Okay, let's move this vertex here. And we're just going to trace this out all the way around. Now, this is one of those methods that you've just got to be patient with because it does take some time, but you really will get some really nice results. This is really great if we're trying to create some really specific details, especially during hard surface modeling like this. We've seen examples of this being used, and we've actually used examples like this for hard surface modeling in other lessons. So this is just a great little tool here to use. Now we're going to be caging this out. Okay, we've built this spline around the outside, but what we're kind of doing here is we're actually creating the topology using splines of a 3D object. So let's go ahead and divide this out into quads as if we're thinking of polygons here. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to the Refine tool, and let me turn that off one more time. we want to actually make sure that we have connect checked and linear checked. And then we'll go to refine, and we can click on individual points here. Now whenever we start the refining process, we'll get this dialog box that pops up, and basically what it's saying is you've just chosen a vertex. Are you wanting to plant a vertex right on top of it, or are you wanting to just connect to the existing vertex? And what we want to do is connect only. But before we do that, I want to check this do not show this message again, because I don't want to see it every single time I click on a vertex. So we'll hit connect only, and then we'll choose our next vertex, the corresponding one, and then we'll right click to end that, and you'll see that line pop up. So it's really important here. So let's try this one more time. Let's do refine. We'll click on this vertex and then the corresponding, and we'll right click, and that line will show up there. So we'll go ahead and we'll do this again, and we'll go all the way around. Now instead of hitting refine every single time and then right clicking, what I can do is go ahead and right click and do refine connect, and then we'll go across this. Okay, so now what we've done is we've gone ahead and we've built our spline cage, and we've made sure that we've blocked this out into quads for our polygons. Now this is going to be really important when we apply our surface modifier in the next lesson. Now what I want to do now is go ahead and get this detail right here in the middle, and we're going to draw that out. We're going to be using the same techniques that we've just done. So let's go to our refine tool here, and we're going to refine this line here. So we'll do refine, and we're just going to click points here along our segments that follow along with our reference image. So I'm doing the outside of this line because it's going to give me kind of like a little flat spot just to kind of break up the curviness of this object. So now what we'll do is we'll right click, and then we're going to go ahead and edit this line to follow along with our reference image. So we'll do just like we did before. We're going to select these vertices, we'll right click, and we'll go to Bezier corner, and then we'll adjust the handles accordingly. So we'll do Bezier corner, try to match up our object here the best of our ability, and this is turning out pretty nicely. Now like I said, you just got to be patient with this. This can be a really fun process. This is probably one of my preferred methods to hard surface modeling, depending on the actual complexity of the object itself. I can see that it's really helpful with like objects like vehicles and things like that. Now if we get into some more complex objects, maybe you might want to try a different method, depending on whatever works for you. Throughout this lesson, you're really going to find some methods that really work for you and your style, and you're going to discover the tools that you yourself are going to use. Alright, so we've drawn out this line, and what we want to do is go ahead and do another line that pretty much just matches right underneath the existing line that we just created. Now I'm not going to go ahead and draw that at this point. What I want to do is go ahead and just stop the lesson right here, and in the next lesson we'll have that line. So I think at this point you could go ahead and draw the next line, and then we'll start right back up in the next lesson. Now in the next lesson what we're going to do is we're going to finish out this spline cage, and then we're going to apply our surface modifier and make this some 3D geometry and really resurface this object. In this lesson we're going to finish up our bike frame by shaping our spline cage and applying that surface modifier to create the 3D geometry for our bike. Okay, now before we begin I want to give you a quick note. If you're using Autodesk 3ds Max 2012, you want to go ahead and install the Service Pack 1 because we're going to be mirroring objects in our scene. And without the Service Pack, mirroring objects tends to create some problems with the polygon normals. It may look like the topology or the wireframe is all jumbled up, and it may appear like things are inside out. So if you download that service pack and install it, it will fix those problems. Okay, so let's go ahead and get into our lesson here. First thing that I want to do is I want to select my line, and I want to actually change this color because it's a little tough to see. So I'm just going to click on my swatch here, and I'm going to use this orange color. I did a custom color here, so if you want to change it to something bright like this, just hit Add Custom Colors and choose that from there. And we're just going to hit OK. Now, what I want to show you is I want to go to my perspective view, and we're going to orbit around this object holding down the Alt key and the middle mouse button. And you'll notice that our frame cage is very, very flat. We have zero depth to this. Now what we're going to do is select the vertices on these two lines in the middle and pull them out in our Y direction to give this a little bit of depth. So let's go ahead and go to our front view, and we're going to go to vertex mode, and I'm just going to do a marquee selection around these vertices. Now it's really important that we're holding down Control so we can select multiples, and we also want to keep doing these marquee selections around these vertices because we never know if there's more than one on top of one another. Okay? Alright, so let's go ahead and go to our perspective again. And I'm just going to rotate around this or orbit around this and pull this back or forward in the Y direction. So now we're starting to see a little bit of depth with our bike frame. Okay. Now it's still a 2D object. We still haven't applied that surface modifier just yet. Now one thing that I do want to do is I want to make sure that I have a flat gap right here in the front part of our frame that goes down the center. So I'm going to go ahead and go to my front view, and I'm going to select just this bottom line here, all the vertices in this bottom line. So I'm just holding down Control and doing a marquee selection around these vertices. And I'm going to switch back to my perspective view. And I'm just going to pull this over in the Y just a little bit, not a whole lot, to where it completely flattens out our frame on the side. Okay. Now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and mirror this object because I want the other side of my line here, or of my frame. So with this selected, we're going to go to Mirror, and let me go ahead and move this over to the side so we can see what's going on here. And the first thing that we need to worry about is the mirror axis. Now you'll notice that it's just taken my frame and flipped it the other way. So let's hit Y, and it looks like we're actually getting the other side of our frame, but we're missing the other side that we just had. Now what we need to do is go ahead and hit Copy under our clone selection, and now we have both sides of our frame. So let's go ahead and hit OK on this, and we've got both sides of our frame, but we still have two separate objects here. Now what I want to do is actually attach both of these together, and you can see in your rollout under the geometry rollout we have this attach function. So if we activate that and we select the other side of our frame, you'll now notice that we have this bounding box that is surrounding the entire object. So let's go ahead and turn off attach. And the next thing that you want to do, anytime that you attach an object to another, they're not exactly one solid piece just yet. We have some common vertices down the center line here. Let me go to my top view just so we can see this here. And let's go to Vertex. Now, if we select around this one vertex on the end, you can choose either end if you like, and we scroll up in our menu, we'll see we have 8 vertices selected here. So how do we have 8 vertices right here? Well, what it's done is it's combined the vertices from the top portion of our bike frame, the one half, and then the second half as well. And what we need to do is actually weld this center line so it's one solid piece. So we're going to do a marquee selection around that center line of vertices, and you'll see we have 24 vertices selected, and we're going to scroll down to our weld function, and here's weld, and we'll just hit that one time. Now if we scroll back up to the top, you'll see it says 19 vertices selected, so we've gotten rid of some there. Alright, so let's go ahead and turn off vertex mode here, and we're going to go to perspective. I'm just going to rotate around this. This looks unchanged so far. Now what I want to do is go ahead and apply our surface modifier so we can see our actual geometry and how this frame is going to look. So let's go to our modifier list, and we're going to scroll down until we see surface. Now once we've applied this, you'll see that we have 3D geometry on our spline cage. So you can see how this is a really powerful tool to create some hard surfaces here. Now we did pull that center line away so we get this gap, and what we want to do is actually cap or bridge these gaps here. Now the way we have to do this is we need to go back to our vertex mode under our line and use our refine and connect these two vertices. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to actually hit this show end result so we can see our surface while we're working under our line here. And I'm going to go to my refine tool. So let me go down, and here's our refine tool, and we want to make sure that we check connect and linear, and then we're going to choose refine. So we're just going to go basically across all of these vertices across this gap. So we'll select this one, and remember we need to right click to create that line. Now you'll notice that it just has a line, nothing has actually happened to our geometry. So let's do the same thing here. So let's right click and go to refine connect. We'll select this vertex and then the corresponding one across the way, and we'll right click, and now you can see a surface has been built here. Remember that the surface modifier only works if you have quads and triangles for the polygons. So we've created a 1, 2, 3, 4-sided polygon, or a quad. So let's go ahead and continue by bridging across. So I'm just going to do this one more time here. I'm going to right click, refine connect, and we're going to select these vertices. And then we'll right click, and that'll create that surface. Now I'm just going to pause the video and finish this out, and you go ahead and do the same thing. Okay, so now you can see that I've gone ahead and I've just refined and bridged the vertices here, and now we have the surface that is bridging that gap that we had before. So this is looking pretty sharp here. Now what we want to do is just some fine-tuning at this point. You'll notice right here we have this weird pinch going on right here, and I want to round this out a little bit more. And the reason this is doing this is because of our vertex type and our lines. So we'll select this vertex, and we're just going to rotate underneath, and you'll see our handles here. And I'm going to select one of the handles and move it to the left, and you'll see how this is starting to round out this line. So I'm going to make sure that my X and my Y are selected here, and I'm going to move this handle out and up and just kind of round this out a little bit. So you can see that the shape of our surface is going to be determined by the shape of our spline cage. So if you have any weird pinches and you have some odd curves, you just need to adjust the curvature of your vertices. Okay? Alright, so let's just kind of inspect some different areas. We might have something on the back side here, and we've got a little bit of something, so I'm just going to zoom in on it. Sorry, it's getting a little sporadic there. And we'll move the handles. Just kind of flatten that out a little bit. Just make that look a little nicer. And if you want to go around and really adjust these, you can do that. And I'm just going to show you a couple of more examples here. I'm just going to move this off to the left just to round this out, and do the same thing for this one. Alright, so if you like, you could go ahead and make some other minor adjustments, but I think that we've got the idea of how we can really reshape this bike frame. Okay, so now the last thing I want to touch on really quickly is the surface modifier, and if you're not happy with the smoothness of your surface, you can actually take the patch topology steps up a little bit higher, and you'll notice that things get a little more creased. Now we don't want to go too high on this because you are actually adding more resolution. You just can't see that topology. So I like to stick around, maybe around 20. So this looks pretty good. And if we want to do a render on this, we'll just do a quick render. And you can see your results. Really nice and smooth, and you can tell that this is a hard surface. Okay, so in the next lesson, what we're going to do is go ahead and create the front forks of our bike. In this lesson, we're going to build the front fender of our front forks of our concept bike. In this lesson, we're going to continue to use spline modeling to create these fenders on our front forks here. So let's go ahead and zoom in on this, and let's start out by creating our fenders using the line tool. So we're going to go to shapes, and we're going to use line, and let's go ahead and trace this fender out here. And I just want to trace out this front part here. So let's go ahead and just roughly trace this out. And I'm not really being too careful about this, because I can edit these lines after I'm finished. So let's go ahead and right click to end that line drawing process. And let me go ahead and change the color of this so we can see this just a little bit easier. And let's go to our vertex mode. And what I'm going to do is go ahead and select them and convert them to Bezier corner. And let's go ahead and adjust the handles to adjust our curves. Okay, so let's go ahead and grab our move tool, make sure that this is turned on. And we want to make sure that our X and Y is constrained, so we'll just click on this box on our move tool. And I'm going to hit X to make sure that I don't select a new direction. So let's go ahead and curve this out. And let's go ahead and pull this in here. And continue to go around. Alright, so we've got this matched up pretty well. Let's go ahead and actually, let me hit undo. Let me select this one vertex, just kind of move it back just a little bit. Just want to give myself a little bit of room. And I'm going to move these right to about here. Okay. Alright, now what I want to do now is I want to go ahead and edit this line, because I've got these really sharp corners right here, and I'm going to use a tool called fillet. So let's select this vertex, and I'm going to go ahead and scroll down, and I should see fillet. Here it is right here. And we're going to go ahead and just click on that to activate that fillet tool. And let's click and drag on this vertex, and you'll see that it splits the one vertex into two. So now I can go ahead and select these vertices. Let me hit X so I can actually access my move tool a little bit easier. And I'm just going to move these verts around. There we go. Just pull this back just a little bit. Now, whenever we're working, we don't want really sharp edges like that. So that's why I wanted to split that into two. So we're going to do the same thing, activate fillet, and drag this up a little bit. And I'm okay with that. So let's go ahead and turn off fillet. And let's go ahead and refine this spline cage. Now remember, we're going to be using our surface modifier just like we did with our frame, and we have to make sure that this is made up of quads. So right now this is made up of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 sides here. We've got 8 vertices, so this is an 8-sided polygon. So let's go ahead and grab our refine tool, and I think I may have passed it up. There it is. And we want to do connect and linear, and let's just click on refine. So I'm going to go ahead and attach these vertices. So I'm going to click on this one, and it's going to bring up that dialog box again. We just hit do not show this message again and do connect only. And let's click on the next one and right click. That'll create that line. So let's do this one more time, and instead of using the refine over here, I'm going to choose just to use a different way. And I'm going to use Refine Connect. It's the exact same thing as this tool whenever Connect is checked here. So we want to use Refine Connect. So let's click on this vertex and this one. And now we have this geometry ready to go for our surface. So let's go ahead and give this a little bit of depth. So we're going to switch over to our perspective view. And let's rotate or orbit around our object. And what I want to do is actually select this line right here, this line of vertices. So we're going to do a marquee selection, hold down Control and do a marquee selection around these. And we're going to move these in the Y direction. And let's go ahead and actually switch to our left view. Just hit L on the keyboard, or you can click on perspective and go to left. And I want to make sure that my fender isn't exactly, the same width. I want to make it a little bit inside of here. Okay, so let's switch back to our perspective. And let's go ahead and refine some of these lines a little bit. I've got a really sharp corner right here. So I just want to round this out just a little bit. So I'm going to go to my Y direction and pull this handle to the right, and then also pull it down in my Z, because I really want this to be nice and round. Okay, and let's go ahead and do the same thing to these. And we're going to actually right click and convert this to a Bezier corner, because these were new vertices that we just created. So in our Y, we're going to pull this out and do the same thing to this one. Right click, convert to Bezier corner. And we're going to select this one and pull it out in the X direction. And the same thing to this one. Right click, Bezier corner. Pull this out just to round it out nice and neat. And right click, Bezier corner. And pull this one out in the Y. Okay. So that looks really nice there. And what we're going to do now is go ahead and mirror this line, this spline cage here. So let's turn off vertex mode, and we're going to go to mirror, and we've got our Y, and we have an instance here just in case. Let's go ahead and make this a copy for right now, and let's hit OK. So what we need to do now is go ahead and weld this center line here. So let's go to our vertex mode, and we're on vertex, so let's go ahead and weld. So let's select this middle line. Now before we can do that, we actually have to attach this spline cage to this one so we can actually access the vertices of both sides. So let's actually turn off vertex mode and use attach and attach that spline there. Okay, now let's go ahead and weld those vertices together. So let's go to vertex mode and select the center line of vertices, and we're just going to use weld. So here's our weld, and now let's apply that surface modifier. Okay, there we go. So now we've got this nice neat little shape here. It's very, very smooth. And what we need to do now is go ahead and actually gap or bridge this gap here. So we can do this by using our refine tool. So let's go to vertex mode. Just like we did with this gap here, we're going to use refine and connect. And let's find our tool here. I think I passed it. There it is. So we're going to check connect and do linear. And we're going to use the refine tool. Now I want to also go ahead and hit this show end result so I can see my surface at work here. So I'm going to click on this vertex and go to the next one and right click. And let's just keep going through this. So we're going to right click, refine connect, and right click. And what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and finish this up. So I'm going to finish this up, and we're going to end the lesson here. So in the next lesson, we're going to begin working on the rest of our fender for our front forks. In this lesson, we're going to finish out the fender for our front forks. So what we're going to do is we're going to use the line tool again, and we're going to trace out just this piece here on our front fork fender. And so let's go ahead and grab our line tool and begin tracing this out. Now what I want to do is just trace out this back line here, and I'm just creating a gap between this front fender, or the front part of this fender, and the back part. So let's just click a couple of points in here, and I'm just going to go really roughly through this. And I'm going to make sure that I click a point just above that last one, and one in the middle, and then we're going to click a vertex below our starting vertex, and then we'll close the spline. Okay. Now I know that we've been using this technique quite a bit here, and I know you're probably getting antsy to learn a couple of the different modeling techniques, but we're going to get into those in the next lesson. I just find that this is very, very helpful with shapes like this. So let's go ahead and continue on by editing this line. So let's go to our vertex mode, and let's just edit this shape out. Okay, so we're going to right click and Bezier corner. And then we're just going to go vertex by vertex and shape this out. Okay. Now, like I said, this is just a great way to get these types of shapes where we've got really sharp corners like this, and we've got a lot of different angles and very smooth angles like this. This is just a really great way to build those types of objects. So, like I said, we're going to move on in the next lesson using polygons to build some certain objects. So just bear with me and stay patient. Alright, so we've got this object traced out here, so let's go ahead and create our spline cage or our surface. And let me actually right click on this and change this to Bezier because I want this line to be really, really smooth. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. Now before we do, we've got this hard or sharp corner here, so let's go ahead and use our fillet tool to take care of that. So let's go to fillet, and we're just going to split this into two. So click and drag on that. There we go. We've got a nice little curve there, and if we need to adjust those vertices, we can do that. So I'm just going to move this up a little bit along with this one here. Alright, so now let's go ahead and refine this because we've got an odd number of vertices here. So let's go to refine and make sure we check connect and linear, and now let's do that refine, and I'm going to go from this point to this one, and we're going to right click. Now I know that we don't have a vertex for this one to match up to, but we can create a new one. So let's just go ahead and use that refine again. Select this vertex and just make a new point right out here. And we'll right click to end that. Okay, so now we have this geometry. So let's go ahead and give this some depth. So we're going to switch to our perspective. And what I want to do is select these vertices right here. And I'm going to also select these on the outside. So we're just selecting this entire outside line. And let's move this over in the Y. Now I don't want to move this all the way out to the edge because I want to give this a little bit of a rim here between the two fenders. Okay, so let's go ahead and mirror this line over to get the other side. So we're going to go ahead and hit mirror. Let me change the color of that so we can see it a little bit easier. Let's make it a lighter yellow. Maybe that'll help. There we go. We can see that just a little bit easier. So let's use our mirror tool, and we've already got those options set up, so we're just going to hit OK. And what we're going to do now is attach this side to this side just like we've been doing. And then now we've got to weld that center line of vertices. So we're going to go to line and vertex, and let's select those vertices there. And we're going to go down to weld. Let's see if we can find it here. There it is, and we're going to hit weld. And now let's go ahead and apply that surface. So we're going to go down to our modifier list, go to our surface modifier, and apply that. And that's applied really nicely. Now I also want to gap the back side of this. So what I want to do is right click and do hide unselected. So that's just going to hide everything but my fender, or the front part of my fender here. So let's go ahead and go to our line, and just like we did last time, we're going to hit show end result and vertex mode, and we're going to use that refine and linear connect. And let's go ahead and bridge this gap here. So we're going to select this first vertex and the second one here and right click, and let's try it one more time. I don't see a line that's been drawn there. There we go. So let's go ahead and do that again. Let's do refine and go all the way down the back side of this. And refine, vertex to vertex, and right click, and then we'll finally do the last one here. Vertex to vertex, and right click. Alright, so now we've bridged that gap there. So let's go ahead and right click and unhide all so we can see our geometry. And now that we're finished with this, what I like to do whenever I start to get a lot of the model finished, I like to go ahead and create some materials for this just for presentation purposes. So what I want to do is select all of these objects here. Let's turn off vertex mode. We have to turn off sub-object modes before we can select any other objects. So let's select these three objects, and what I want to do is actually change the color of this object. So let's go to this color swatch, and what I want to do is change this to black. And the reason that I'm doing this is because I want my wireframe to show up as black. And let me show you what I mean by that. So let's go ahead and go to our materials, and let's just apply a gray material to this. So I'm just going to drag in a standard, let me pull this up here. I'm just going to drag in a standard material, and I'm going to double click on it just so it's selected. And let me go ahead and minimize this a little bit further. And once I hit this assign material to selection, it's going to apply that gray material to my objects. Now, the reason I colored that black in the first place is because of my wireframe. So let me deselect this, and you can see this black wireframe now. So what this does is really sets off your presentation. It looks really nice, and I'm using this black line for contrast so I can see how this topology is actually being built. And whenever you are working on a project and your supervisor wants to see how the model is coming along, you present this to him and he can really see the topology and all the work that you've really put into your models. So this is just something that I like to do, and I would really encourage you to do the same. So what we're going to do is we're going to move on to the next lesson, where we're actually going to go ahead and start getting into creating some polygons and create our front pivot of our concept bike. In this lesson, we're going to go ahead and build the front pivot for our concept bike. So we can see in our reference image that we have a couple of different pieces here. I've got a cylindrical piece at the top that is going to cap off my frame, and I've got this kind of odd shape down here that connects to my front fender here. And then I'm also going to have a cylinder which is going to actually act as the pivot of this object. So we've got three different pieces we're going to build here. So we're going to start out with this top one. So what I'm going to do is go to my Create panel, and I'm going to go to Geometry, and I'm going to use a cylinder in this case. Now what I want to do first is actually switch to my top view, just so I can see this, and I'm going to build a cylinder here. So I'm just going to click and hold and drag out a cylinder that's about the size of the front part of my bike. Okay, about the same width. Now when we release this, this is just like a box, and we're getting some height here. Now we can't actually see the height because we're in our top view, but what you can see is the height over here in the command panel that is fluctuating as I move my mouse up and down. So I do know that I'm getting some height here. So I don't need it to be real tall, so I'm just going to click at around 2.5 here. And I'm going to switch over to my perspective view, and we'll orbit, and we'll see that we have this little piece here. So I'm going to go ahead and grab my move tool and hit X on the keyboard so I can see that, and just kind of drag it up and position it on my bike. So I'm going to go back to my front view, and this is not exactly sized up properly. It's a little large. So what I want to do is actually reshape this a little bit. So I'm going to drag this up and center it out just a little bit. And I'm going to go to my Modify panel, and I have a lot of segments in the center here, and I'm going to take those down. I don't actually need those right now. And I'm also going to take the sides down. Let's go down to like 12, because whenever we're working with editable geometry, we don't really want that many sides to start out with. So let's go ahead and convert this over to an editable poly. And what I'm going to do at this point is go ahead and actually apply a taper modifier to this. So I'm going to scroll down, and I'm going to go to taper. Now what taper will do is it will actually taper this object from one end to the other. So if we take our amount up, you'll see that it's tapering the top of this, and that's not exactly the right direction I'm looking for. So I'm going to type in 0 there and hit enter. So I'm going to switch the axis here. So I'm going to go to Y, and we'll adjust this, and that's still not quite right. It is a little bit closer to what we're looking for. Let's go to our perspective here. That is a little bit closer because I am looking for a taper like that. So what I'm going to do at this point is actually just rotate this object around. So I'm going to actually turn on this angle snap and rotate this along this axis 90 degrees. You see that number there, and when we're at 90, that's where we're going to stop. Okay, so let's go ahead and move this object back, and we'll go to our front view. Make sure that this is still lining up here. And again, this is still a little too large, so what we need to do is scale this down. So I'm going to go to my perspective and scale this in the X and Y. Okay, I need this to be a little smaller, but you'll notice that it's not fitting in my bike frame. So I'm going to make my bike frame fit to this object because that really does not need to be that large. So I can do this by going to my bike frame, and I'm going to apply a modifier called FFD. And you'll see a couple of different ones. We have 2x2x2, 3x3x3, and 4x4x4. And I'm going to use this one here just because it gives me a lot of control points. Now what this does is it kind of sections off our frame into a box that is 3x3, okay? Or it gives me like 3 quadrants, okay, by 3 quadrants. Okay, so let's go ahead and expand our FFD, and we're going to select control points. And these are our control points, these what look like vertices here. And we can actually scale these in, and you'll notice how that's changing the front part of our bike frame. So now we're just making just that part fit, whereas it's not changing the rest of our object. So this is a really, really powerful tool that we can use to make some minor adjustments like this. Okay? Alright, so let's go ahead and turn that off, and let's go back to our object here. Now if you're having trouble getting to where you can actually select another object, you need to actually turn off control point. So hit that one more time, and now you can select that. Okay? Alright, so let's go to our front view, and let's just see how this is lining up here. Now I can imagine that this is going to be kind of tough to be able to see our object or see our reference image. So what we can do is actually hit Alt and X, and that'll make that see-through, so you can kind of see the reference image back there. Now a reference image is not anything that we need to be exact on. We just need to get an idea of our proportions, and then we can take some creative freedom and apply any edits to that. Okay, so we've got this piece here, and let's go ahead and move it back just a bit because it was kind of cutting through my frame too much. So let's go ahead and go to perspective, and all I'm doing in perspective is just kind of looking at that. How is that looking? And to me that looks pretty good. Okay, so we'll go to front, and we're going to build our next piece here. So we're going to build this right here, and I'm going to build this out of a cylinder. Okay, another one. So we'll go to cylinder, and we can go to our top view if we want to do that. Now you'll notice that I just switched it to top view. I didn't click on this up here like we have been doing. I've actually used a keyboard shortcut. So with top, it's actually T on the keyboard. Okay, so let's go ahead and build this cylinder out, and I'm just going to get a rough size here because I can size it up. Now remember, you need to get your height so you can see how it's fluctuating that value. So we need to click one more time to end that, and then we'll right click to end the cylinder creation process. So I'm going to switch to my perspective view. I'm going to hit P on the keyboard this time, and now I can orbit around that. So we're seeing some keyboard shortcuts here that's really speeding up our production process. Alright, so let's bring this up. And what I want to do now is actually build this entire piece. So what we have, I just hit F on the keyboard there just in case. What we're doing now is we're going to take this geometry and we're going to build this entire piece here out of this cylinder using our editable poly tools. So let's go ahead and right click on this, convert to an editable poly. And we're going to use a couple of different tools here. First off, I'm going to use the inset tool. So I'm going to switch to perspective, hitting P on the keyboard, and I'm going to select this bottom polygon here. And what I'm going to do is actually use inset, and give that an inset amount. So I'm going to take this up. Let's go to, let's type in like 2.8 here, and we'll hit OK. And I'm going to drag this down, and you can kind of see that we're getting this rounded bottom here. Now, if we wanted to add more resolution, we could go ahead and do that, but I'm going to wait just a moment on that. I want to build the rest of this geometry here. So let's go to our perspective and select this here, and we're going to do an inset on it. But we're not going to do quite as much. Let's go to 1 on this. So we'll just type that in, and we'll hit OK. And now I've got some geometry that I can choose here. So I'm going to select these 4 polygons right here, because on my reference image I've got this little lip here. So I'm going to use the extrude tool and extrude that up, and I'm hitting the settings box, and you'll see that that's taken that way up there. So we just want to decrease our height on that. So we'll go to 2, and well, let me actually go to my, well, yeah, we'll go with 2. That looks okay in our reference image. Okay, so we'll hit OK on that, and I'm going to hit extrude one more time, and we'll keep it at 2 as well. But with these polygons selected, I'm just going to move these in the X direction just to kind of separate that from my little piece here on my frame. Okay, so we've got that started there, and we also have a little lip on the back here. So we're going to extrude that just 1 time, but we're going to do 1 instead of 2. So I'm just going to type that in and hit enter, and we'll hit our OK button. So this is looking really blocky. It's not anywhere near as smooth as what we had before. So what we can do is actually use our NURMs and adjust that. Now, I'm not going to do that in this lesson, so let's go ahead and stop the lesson here, and we'll continue building this front pivot in our next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to go ahead and finish out building the different pieces of our front pivot, and then use NURMs to smooth those pieces out to make them look nice and crisp. So let's go ahead and start with this object here, and I want to go ahead and use NURMs on this to smooth it out here. And we're going to scroll down in our command panel, and we're going to go to the Use NURMs subdivision, and we're going to check that. And what you'll notice is that this really smooths out, but at the same time we do lose a little bit of detail, a little bit of sharpness in our model. Now you can adjust the iterations to make this smoother if you like. Now remember, with iterations, if we take this up too high, you could crash your computer, especially if it's not a very high-end computer. Alright, so let's go ahead and let's keep that at 2, and let's reshape this to get our details back. Now, one way that we could go ahead and get those details back and make the edges a little sharper is to actually add some more geometry in here. So we're going to actually use what's called our Swift Loop tool. So let's go to Edge Mode, and I'm going to switch over to Edit underneath my Graphite Modeling Tools, and I'm going to click on Swift Loop. Now you'll see that whenever we hover over an edge, you'll see that we get this green line that goes all the way through our model. And this is going to build an edge loop. And an edge loop is essentially a set of edges that are connected end to end. So before we do anything, let's go ahead and switch over to perspective. And I'm going to orbit around this just so we can see this a little bit easier. So let's go to Edit and Swift Loop. And you'll see that I'm going to be actually inserting an edge at this point. So if I click on that, it inserts an edge. Now you'll see that it did go ahead and change our geometry a little bit. It kind of made it a little bit harder in that area. So let's do one more underneath that. And we're going to go ahead and right click to end our Swift Loop tool. And let's go to polygon mode. And I'm going to select just these bottom polygons, just this little cap on the bottom. And what I'm going to do is actually scale this in and push it up because I'm trying to get this crease right here. So I'm going to scale this in on my X and Y just a little bit, and then I'm going to grab my Move tool and push this up. Okay, So what this does is it creates a nice little crease right here. Okay, now you'll notice that we have a bit of a crease right here as well, so we can do the same thing. So let's go to our edit and swift loop, and let's add some geometry right along that edge there. So we're going to go, let's try this edge here and make it a little bit easier. Let's click above that orange line right there, and let's click below it, and that'll really crease that edge. Okay, let's actually let's hit Control Z one time to undo and try that one more time, and that's about as good as we're going to get there. Now what we could do is we could go ahead and right click to end that edge swift loop, and let's select that middle set of edges. So I'm just holding down Control and clicking on the orange line, and you'll see that it's turning yellow, and then also the white line in the background on our model is turning red. So let's select those, and then we're going to go ahead and use this crease underneath our edit edges rollout and really crease that line. So as we increase that, let's turn off edge mode so you can see that there. That really got a little bit harder, so let's do a quick render, and you can really see that line there. Now this line is not supposed to be that hard, and you also notice that it created a little bit of tension right here. Okay, so I want to decrease that. So let's go back to edge, and let's decrease that. So we'll take this down. I'm actually going to take it all the way down. I don't actually need that, but I do want to show you that crease tool there. Okay. Alright, so now let's go ahead and add some more geometry along the top to make this a little more square instead of round here. So let's go to our edge mode and use swift loop, and we'll hover over this edge, and you can see that it's going to create this loop here. We get a preview of that. We'll click one time and finalize that loop, and we'll do one on the other side as well. So now you can see how this is getting a lot harder. Okay, so we're doing some really nice hard surface modeling here. So let's turn off edge mode and just kind of take a look at what that looks like. Let's do a quick render, and you can see that we've got that detail that we have in our reference image. Okay, so let's go ahead and apply NURMs to this piece here. And in order to apply those NURMs, we're going to right click and convert it to an editable poly. Okay, so we've basically just collapsed that taper into this edit poly object. Okay, so let me hit Control Z, and just so we can see that a little bit easier, we have edit poly and we have a taper modifier. So if we convert it to an editable poly again, it basically just collapses that in there. Okay, just wanted to make sure that you understood that. So let's go ahead and scroll down, and let's hit Use NURM Subdivisions. Now you'll see that once we've done that, it's really rounded out this geometry. It doesn't look much like the cylinder that we had before. And again, what we can do is actually just add some more geometry and really crease or get that detail back. So let's go to Edit, Swift Loop. We're going to add a swift loop right here, and already we're starting to see that shape again. And we'll do one around the bottom. Okay, and that's looking much nicer. Let's do one more toward the top here, and that gets even tighter there, and one at the bottom. Okay, and that's looking really good here. If we want to, we could adjust the iterations a little bit higher and make this really smooth, but I'm going to save some memory. Just keep it at 1 because it's really not that much of a difference. So let's right click to end our swift loop tool, and let's add that pivot in between these two objects. So I'm going to go to my Create panel, and we're going to use a cylinder. Now what we want to do is actually make sure that Auto Grid is turned on here, because this will allow me to actually create a cylinder on top of another object. Okay, so if I go ahead and click and drag my cylinder out here, and I drag this up, we can see that we have a cylinder that's been created on our geometry. So this makes it just a little bit easier, so we don't have to move our cylinder. Now normally with the auto grid turned off, it would go ahead and create a cylinder on the ground plane down here. So let me try that. Let me just click and drag and move this up, and you'll see that it just really created it off in the distance, not really where we wanted it to be. Okay, so that's a really good use for AutoGrid. Okay, so let's go ahead and center up this piece here and size it up. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch to my top view. I'm going to hit F3 on the keyboard just to see my wireframe. And I'm going to try to center this up on my pivot objects here. And I'm going to scale this down in the X and Y just to make this a little smaller. Okay, because I don't need it to be quite that large. Okay, let's switch back to our perspective and let's hit F3 to show our shaded faces. And we have our objects in our scene here. So we are finished with our pivot. Now if you like, you can go ahead and select those and adjust that color to black and then apply that material, that gray material that we had before, just to make this a little bit neater and presentable. Okay? Alright, so we are finished with this front pivot, but we'll notice that our fender is not actually fitting on our front pivot objects. So what we can do is we can actually use that FFD just like we did with the frame here. But what I want to do is I want to be able to use the FFD on this object as well as this object. So let's select both of them and we're going to group them together. So I'm going to hit group and I'm going to give it a group name and I'm going to call this fender. And we'll hit OK. And I'm going to go ahead and apply that FFD modifier. And I'm going to go ahead and use a 4x4x4 just because it allows me to move in smaller sections. We're going to go ahead and go to control points and we're going to select all of these control points on the top and scale them in the Y direction. So now my fender is fitting inside of my pivot object here, and we might have a little bit of interpenetration here, so I want to actually move this back so to where it fits a little bit easier into my pivot object. Okay, and now I want to do this along the bottom because I want this to taper off a little bit more. So I'm going to select these vertex points here, or control points, scale those in, and I'm going to select the outside ones and scale those in as well. Okay, let's go ahead and try these and see what we get out of that. And that's scaling that up really nicely there. Okay, so what we've done in this lesson is we've created our front pivot points and we've also adjusted the forks so they fit for our pivot point, and we've used NURMs to really smooth some things out. Now what we're going to do in the next lesson is we're going to actually finish out the fork objects that will connect to our wheel. In this lesson we're going to finish out the forks for our concept bike. So we've already built out the fender and the front pivot, so let's go ahead and finish out these forks here. Now the way we want to do this is we want to extract some geometry from our fender, and the way we're going to do this is we're going to select our fender, and in the last lesson we went ahead and we grouped these two together, and what I want to do is actually open this group, and this will allow me to select each piece of this fender. Now I just want to extract geometry from this back part here, not necessarily the front. So that's why we want to open this group. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and make a copy or clone this fender. So we can go to Edit and Clone. And here we're going to make a copy. So we'll just hit OK. And what you'll see here is whenever we go to our Modify panel, we're going to go ahead and adjust this. We want to take our surface steps, we want to take this down to like 4. So we'll type in 4 here, and you can see it's underneath our existing geometry that we had before. And the reason I want to take these steps down is because we want to work with just a little bit of topology or a little bit of polygons. So if I had this up at steps on 20 and I converted this to an editable poly to access those polygons, you'll see that I get quite a bit of topology here. So I'm going to actually just go ahead and undo that, and I'm going to take that surface and we're going to take it down to 4, and now whenever we convert it to an editable poly, we have fewer polygons to deal with. Okay, So I'm going to go to polygon mode, and I'm going to select just these 4 polygons right here. And what I'm going to do now is I'm switching to my perspective view. I just hit P on the keyboard. And I'm going to go ahead and extract these polygons from this geometry. So I'm going to hold down Shift on the keyboard and move this off in the Y direction. And you'll see this saying clone part of mesh. And what it's asking is, do we want to make it its own object, or do we want to make this part of our fender? And what I want to do is just make it its own object. So I'm going to call this fork and hit OK. So now that we're finished with extracting that geometry, we can actually just turn off polygon mode and delete that fender. Okay, we don't need all of those polygons. Okay, so let's select this geometry here, and what we're going to do is actually move this back on over toward our fender, and we're going to extrude these polygons. So let's go to extrude, and we don't want to extrude that much. Let's go down to let's say 1.5 on this. Okay, and we'll hit OK. And what we're going to do now is we're going to get this initial piece right here. So what we can do is go ahead and select these polygons, and I'm going to go ahead and extrude in this shape. But the way I'm going to do this is I'm going to start out with a line. So I'm going to go to my Create panel and Shapes and go to my Line tool. So let's go back to our front view, hitting F on the keyboard. And let's just trace out a line that's kind of in the direction of that initial piece. I'm going to click on one point here, and then one up here somewhere. And then I'm just going to right-click to end that line drawing process. So let's go ahead and hit F3 on the keyboard so we can see our wireframe. And what I want to do is actually go to vertex mode of this line and convert this to a Bezier corner. And we're going to go ahead and just curve this line just a little bit. Okay? And let me do the same thing with this one, and I'm just going to curve it just barely. Okay, so let's turn that off, and let's go back to our object here. And let's hit F3. You know what, actually, let's hit F3 one more time, and let's grab our line, and let's move it over our existing geometry that we have here. So I just want to make sure that it's lined up here. And what I want to do is actually take this one vertex at the top and just kind of pull it out in the Y, just to kind of give it a swooping direction. I'm also going to move that handle a little bit to make it bend inside. Okay? Alright, so now we can go ahead and select that geometry. And I'm going to go to my perspective view, just hitting P on the keyboard. And we're going to go to polygons, and we have those selected, and we're going to use a tool called Extrude Along Spline. So let's select the settings here, and what we're going to do is pick our spline. Now I know this is kind of hard to see, it's a purple line here, but we can go ahead and pick this, and you'll notice that our extrusions has followed that line. Now before we hit OK on this, we want to take our taper amount down a little bit, and I'm going to go, let's do like 0.9 on this. Let's see how that looks. I'm sorry, negative 0.9. And that looks okay to me. And what we'll do is we can adjust that taper curve a little bit to kind of even that out. We don't want to go that far. Not really sure why that went like that. Let's do 1. Okay, let's type in a different number. Let's do 0.5 here. That looks okay. And we'll hit OK on this. So now we have that geometry that is supposed to be following up the fender of our bike frame. So now let's go ahead and create the actual fork coming off of this fender. So we're going to select these polygons here, and we're going to extrude this out. Now one thing that I just noticed is that we had a hole whenever we extruded those polygons there, so we need to go ahead and cap those. So let's go to edge mode, and we're just going to select these edges right here. And what we'll do is hit this bridge tool, and it's just going to gap or bridge that gap with some polygons. Okay, so let's go to polygon mode and select these 4. I accidentally moved it on accident, so I just hit undo a couple of times. Control Z on the keyboard if you want to know what that is. And we're going to go to our front view. And then we're going to extrude these polygons out to get our forks. So I can take this way up here if I like. I'm not going to try and get it exact right now because I'm just going to hit OK, and then I'll move those polygons. Okay. Now what I want to do is go ahead and kind of straighten this up here. So I'm going to go ahead and use the Make Planar, and that kind of squares them out, and I'm going to use X as well, so that way it straightens it up nice and neat with my front view here. Now I can rotate this back, and I can actually scale this using my local reference coordinate system. So if I scale this up, that looks a little more like we had before. And we're going to go ahead and extrude these polygons to get the rest of our fork. We'll hit OK and line this up. Whoop. Let's make sure that we get the right thing. I'm just hitting Control Z to go back. And let's rotate this to match our reference. Okay, so now we've got the major mass of our forks here. And I just want to go to my left viewport, just seeing the front side of this bike. And I want to kind of straighten this up here. This is kind of off to the side, and our forks are going to be more straight up and down. So I'm just going to go to the vertex mode here and select these vertices and rotate them to where they're a little more straight. Okay. Alright, so now I'm going to go ahead and turn on NURMS, and this will smooth this out. So let's go to our perspective view, and you'll see this smooths out okay here, but we've lost a lot of that hard surface detail. So let's just add some resolution and get that back to where we want it. So we're going to go to Edge Mode and Edit and Swift Loop, and we're going to add one around the edge here. You notice how that tightens that up. And before long, you're going to start to notice that you're going to realize where you're going to need some resolution to tighten some of these details up. I just put one on each side of that corner there just to make that a little more pronounced. And I think I'm okay up here, so I'm not going to worry about that. Now the last thing I want to do, I just want to add a little bit of detail right here on the front. So whenever we have a cap like this, I'm going to right click, turn off that edge swoop or that swift loop tool. And whenever we have a cap like this, we want to add some detail. We can actually use the inset to do that. And we're going to take that inset amount down just a little bit. And I'm going to hit OK. And I'm going to extrude that. Now I don't want to extrude it that high, just a little bit, just to give it a little bit of detail here. And hit OK. And remember, if we want to make this line right here where these two pieces meet, we can actually use that crease function. So let's go to Edge Mode, and we're going to select one of those edges there. We're going to hit Loop, and that'll go all the way around, and we could just use that crease to tighten that up. So now if we turn off our Edge Mode, we can kind of see how this is looking. So let's go ahead and do a quick render, and there's our geometry there. Oops, accidentally zoomed out there. So that's looking pretty nice there. And you can make any adjustments as you like. So I think we've learned enough to where you could go ahead and make some minor adjustments and even some major adjustments to fit a design that you like here. Alright, so in the next lesson what we're going to do is we're going to start building these spokes for our front wheel. In this lesson we're going to go ahead and build the front spokes for our bike concept. Alright, so the way we want to do this is we want to go ahead and build a cylinder for the hub of our spokes, and then we want to actually extrude some polygons off of that hub to create these spokes. So let's go ahead and get started with that. Let's go to our Create panel, and we want to make sure that we're under Geometry, and I'm going to choose a cylinder. And I'm going to make sure that my cylinder has 6 sides here. So you may want to go ahead and change that. And I'm going to go ahead and create a cylinder right here where the hub would be. And remember that just like a box, we're in our front view and we can't really see the height being drawn, but you can see the value changing here. So we're going to go to about 4, and just click one more time. Now we're going to right click to end that creation process. So now we have our cylinder. So what I want to do now is actually go to my rotate tool, and with my angle snap turned on, I want to go ahead and rotate this 30 degrees. And the reason I want to do that is because I want this polygon to match up with this spoke, as well as these polygons to the other spokes. Okay? So let's go ahead and convert this over to an editable poly. And let's go ahead and create a line for this spoke so we can actually get kind of a design for our spoke to extrude from off of this hub. So just like we did before in the last lesson with the forks, we're going to go to our shapes and our line, and we're just going to draw out this spoke. And I'm just going to do this pretty roughly. Not going to worry about curves or anything like that just yet. And right click to end that. And now we can go ahead and edit those lines. So let's go to vertex mode and right click and go to Bezier corner and just smooth this out a little bit. Now we need to go to our move tool and make sure that we're in our X and Y direction and move these handles. Now I don't want sharp edges like this, so I'm going to use my fillet tool to take care of that. And I'm going to go ahead and just give this a little bit of curve here. And let's go ahead and use our fillet. So let's split this one into two. And then what we'll do is actually go ahead and move these to fit the shape of our spoke here, just so it's a little bit easier on it. Now it looks like this line got a little twisted, so let's grab this handle and bend it back around there. That was a Bezier target there, or a Bezier tangent there. So we just want to be careful of any twisting or pinching. Okay, we're going to do the same thing here. We'll do fillet. Split that into two. That looks pretty good. So now let's go ahead and extrude along spline. So let's select our cylinder, and we're going to go to polygon mode, and we're going to switch to our perspective. And let's select that polygon right there. So now we're going to go ahead and use that extrude along spline. So we'll hit our settings and we're going to choose our spline. Okay, so now it's gone ahead and extruded some geometry here. I'm going to take my steps up to, let's go ahead and keep it at 6 there, just to make this simple. And we're going to hit OK on this. Now this looks like nothing like our spokes here, but we can always add geometry once we're finished. So let's go ahead and go to vertex mode, and let's just kind of straighten this out. Now I want to hit Alt and X to make this see-through so I can see my reference image. And I'm just trying to match this up the best that I can. Just moving some of these verts around. And we have to kind of untangle these sometimes. Now you'll notice that I am doing a box selection around each vertex. That's because there's actually one in behind this as well. So we want to make sure that we're moving the other side. If we just click on a vertex and we move it, you'll see that there's the one behind it. So I want to make sure that we're doing this box selection. Okay, so let's go around this here the best that we can. And I'm going to cut off this corner here. And I'm doing this on purpose because I'm going to add some resolution to actually get that. I'm just trying to untangle the vertices at this point and get just a rough idea on our shape. I'm going to do the same thing here. Alright, so this is looking pretty good. And let's go ahead and add some resolution to this. So we're going to use our Swift Loop tool. I'm going to go to Edit and Swift Loop. And I'm going to add a little bit of geometry in here. So I'm going to do 2. And I'm going to add 1 right here for our corner. And 1 here for this corner. And let's go ahead and refine those vertices. So let's go ahead and keep going with this. And we want to make sure that we're trying to follow a flow. It's kind of hard to explain, but our topology should kind of work as if it's flowing into the object itself. You notice how these lines are turning as they go along this path. Okay? So flow and topology is really, really important. Alright, so let's continue on with this. Now it is going to look a little blocky. I'm not trying to get as smooth as possible because we can use NURMs to do that. Alright, so we've got our general shape here. Let's go ahead and turn off vertex mode. And now what I need to do is go ahead and actually create the other two spokes. And I don't want to create another line and do all of that extrusion again. What I can actually do is repurpose this object here. So what I'm going to do is go to my rotate tool, and I'm going to make sure that my angle snapping is turned on, and I'm going to hold down shift and rotate this object, and you'll see that it's creating a copy or a clone, and we're going to go to 120 degrees. So we're going to make sure that this is going to be a copy, and we'll hit OK. And we're going to do this one more time to get our other spoke, 120 degrees, and hit copy again. So now I've got my three spokes, but I also have three different hubs here. So I want to make sure that we don't have that. So I'm going to go to my polygon mode, and I'm going to select the polygons on this hub and hit delete. And I'm going to go to my next spoke here and do the same thing. So select these polygons, and I'm going to hold down control and select these here because I want to make sure that I get all of the polygons on this object here. So let's hit delete, and now we can go ahead and attach these three objects to make them one object. So just like we did with our frame, where we created one half of the frame and then we mirrored over the spline cage, we can actually go ahead and attach this geometry, okay, just like we did in that lesson. So we're going to use attach, and we'll attach the different spokes together. So now we have an object here, okay, that is our three spokes are one single object. I think that's what I'm trying to say here. And what we want to do is we have these together, but they're not exactly together. They're not one solid piece of geometry. And let me show you what I mean by that. We've seen element mode before, and element mode is really handy. I'm sorry, I switched to the front view there and I hit Z to kind of zoom in. But element mode is really handy to see the different objects that you have, or the separate objects that you have in one group of objects, if that makes sense. So let me select this spoke here, and you'll notice that we are getting this hub and this spoke element. If we select this one, we have a separate element, and this one is also a separate element. But what we want to do is weld them together to where this is one entire element. Okay? So to do that, we need to go ahead and weld the vertices together where the hub and the spokes meet. Okay? Now we can't actually do that until we delete the obstructions from the spoke to the hub. And let's go ahead and go to our perspective view, and let me show you what I mean by that. There is actually a polygon on this hub, and we're going to have to zoom inside of this, I'm afraid. So let's kind of work our way here. And well, there we go. Just kind of have to double click on it and just keep clicking until it finally selects there. That's kind of a tough one. But this is a polygon that's actually on this hub, and it's going to be an obstruction whenever we try to weld these vertices. So what we want to do is delete that. It doesn't look a whole lot different, so let's do the same thing here. We'll just click a couple of times until we get that polygon. 3ds Max finally figures out, oh, we're trying to select a polygon behind another. And we're going to delete this one out as well. So now let's go ahead and go to vertex mode, and we're going to select these 4 vertices here. And you'll notice that there's 4 here, but there's actually 8 vertices selected. So that lets you know that there are 2 vertices on top of one another in each group. And we're going to do the same thing here. Hold down Control and do a marquee selection. And we have 16 vertices selected. So let's use our weld tool. So we're going to scroll down, and I think I passed it. Yes, I sure did. There it is. And we have weld, and we're just going to click weld one time. Now notice we have 8 vertices selected. Now, if it's still saying 16 vertices, you may want to go ahead and try to delete those polygons. You may not have gotten those obstructions out. Okay, so now let's go ahead and take a look at this and go to element mode. And now you can see that this is one solid element. So that's really the importance of making sure that we weld separate objects together. Okay, so in the next lesson, we're going to go ahead and finish out the front wheel and apply some smoothing to this spoke. In this lesson, we're going to finish out the spokes of our bike concept while smoothing them out and doing a little bit of reshaping to the spokes. So here's where we left off in the last scene. And what we want to do is actually add a little bit more geometry to these spokes so we can make them nice and round. But I also want to add some geometry to the hub because whenever we apply NURBS, this is really going to just blend in with the spokes. And I want to actually see a hub here. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started. Let's select our object and we're going to go to edge mode. And what I want to do is select one edge on each spoke and hit ring, and then I'm going to use a connect, or the connect tool, to actually make a segment dissecting all of those edges. Okay, so let's go to our next one. We're going to hit ring and we're going to use connect. Do that, and let's do this to the last one. We're going to do ring and connect. Okay, so at this point you could go ahead and inspect your wheel here. So let's go to our perspective view and make sure that it cut through the other side as well. Now what we need to do is actually continue on with this geometry. We need to make a cut through the hub so we can round this out. So what we're going to do is select these two edges here on this one side, and we're going to do a connect, and what that will do is create a segment there, just so we don't have to cut all the way around this. We can just make one cut on each side. So we'll select these two and we'll do connect, and we'll do these two and connect. Alright, so now we're ready to go ahead and move over to our vertex mode, and we're going to use cut to connect this vertex to this one and this one to this one, and same thing here. So let's right click and we're going to go to cut. So we're going to start with this vertex here on the spoke, and we're going to go to the opposite vertex. Now whenever you are finished creating that line, just right click and that will stop the cutting process and you can start a brand new cut. So let's start it with this one, and we'll go over to this one and we'll right click, okay, and we'll start a new one. So we'll click on this one and we're going to make sure that we hit this middle one on the way through just so it connects properly. Now you'll notice that it's giving us this little flashing dotted line, and it's basically saying that it doesn't know what surface you want to cut on. So what we're going to do is right click one time and we're going to cut from this vertex to this one. Okay, so let's do the same thing on the other side, just cutting from one vertex to its opposite, and then on this one we're going to stop in the middle, and again we're getting that little warning there. It doesn't know what surface to cut on. So we'll start from the opposite vertex and then there in the middle. Now whenever we have a cut like that, we want to make sure that we are checking our vertices just to make sure that there's not more than one on top of each other. So let's right click to end our cutting session, and let's just select this vertex right here. Now you'll notice it says 2 vertices selected, so we will have to go ahead and do a weld to make sure that that's just one vertex there. So we're going to hit weld, and you'll see that that has changed to vertex 207. Now remember that that is a label, not necessarily the count of vertices that you have selected. Okay? Whenever it says something like 2 vertices selected, that's how many you have. If it says vertex 207, or in this case, well, let's see here, let's hit weld. In this case, vertex 205 selected, that's the actual number of that vertex. Okay? Alright, so let's go ahead and let's select all of the vertices here. We're going to do a marquee selection around them. And we're holding control, and we're making sure that we've got all of those selected, and we need to make sure we get this guy right here. And we're going to use our scale tool to basically scale them out away from one another. So I'm going to scale this in the X and in this case Z direction. And you'll see that we're getting this nice round shape here for our hub. Okay, so what I want to do now is go ahead and select the vertices on each of these edges on the front side as well as the back side here, so I can scale them in to make this spoke really round. Like right now it's very, very square and rectangular. So let's go to edge mode, and what I want to do is actually select one of these edges, and I'm going to hit ring. Okay, and what we've done here is we have selected the ring all the way around this hub, and what I'm going to do now is actually convert this selection over to vertex. So if I hold down Control and I go to vertex mode, you'll now notice that the vertices that are selected were actually part of the edges that we had previously selected. So what we've done is converted our edge selections over to vertex selections. Okay, so we just did that by holding down Control and selecting a new sub-object mode. Now I want to go ahead and actually hold down Alt and deselect these on the end of the spokes because I don't actually want to scale those. And I also want to deselect any vertices that I have selected on my hub. Okay, so I'm holding down Alt and dragging the mouse, doing a marquee selection. And now with these selected, I can go ahead and scale them in toward the middle. And you'll see that this is really rounding out our spoke. Okay, so let's go ahead and apply our NURMS subdivisions. So let's scroll down and we see use NURMS subdivisions. Let's go ahead and check that. And you'll see that this is starting to smooth out quite nicely, but we are losing some of our detail in our hub. I want that to be a little more pronounced. So what we need to do is actually add some resolution. So what I want to do is actually take my iterations up to 2 just to smooth that out a little bit more. And I'm going to go ahead and create some more geometry around this hub to tighten it up a little bit. So let's use our Swift Loop tool, and let's just make a cut right here above this hub here. Okay, so that's starting to tighten it up just a little bit here. And what we're going to do now is we're going to go ahead and actually select these polygons on the inside and do an inset, and that'll tighten it up even more. Now we're going to convert our selections again. So what we're going to do is select these vertices right here in the middle. So I have 2 vertices selected, and I'm going to go ahead and hold down Control and convert it over to a polygon. So now the polygons that were touching that one vertex have now been selected. So this is a great way to speed up your workflow process. So I'm going to go ahead and use inset, and that's going to bring it in a little bit. Just going to bring that in just a small amount. I'm probably going to do 0.25 here. And I'm going to go ahead and actually add another inset to this. Now instead of hitting OK and choosing inset again, I can actually hit this apply and continue, and that'll do another inset, and I can actually adjust how much that inset's there. Okay, so I'm going to bring this in. Let's go to 1, see what that looks like. Let's do 1.5. And I'm going to hit OK on this. And what I'm going to do now with these selected is I'm going to go ahead and extrude this out because I want a little bit of shape coming off of this hub. So I'm going to bring this back down, and let's go down to, let's go to 1. Let's just type in 1 there and hit OK. And I need to tighten up these creases here just to show that this is not one continuous piece. It could be a separate piece. So I'm going to go to Edge, and I'm going to select this edge right here and hit Loop. And I'm going to crease that all the way up and do the same thing to the other side. So I'm going to hit Loop just to select all of those edges that are connected end to end and crease that loop. Okay, so now let's turn off edge mode and let's take a look at our spoke that we have here. So this is looking pretty nice here. I'm just going to do a quick render on this. And we've got a lot of nice detail in here, and we could sharpen up the edges on these spokes, but these are actually going to be inside of our rim, so we may not have to do that. So in the next lesson, what we're going to do is actually build the wheel of our front wheel. In this lesson, we're going to finish up the front wheel by building the tire and the rim for our concept bike. So here's where we left off in our last lesson, and what we want to do is go ahead and build the tire object, and then we also want to go ahead and build the rim that we're just going to connect to the spokes. Okay, so the way I want to start this out is I want to actually use a standard primitive. So we'll go to the Create panel, make sure we're under Geometry and Standard Primitives, and we're going to use a torus. And a torus is pretty much like a donut, if you want to think of it that way. So let's go ahead and expand this out here, and we'll see that we get a radius here, and it may be a little large in your scene, so don't worry about that, because whenever you release, you can actually adjust the thickness of that tire. So what I'm going to do is just create part of this tire. It's pretty small at the top, and I'm going to click on that and finish creating that tire. Now what I want to do now is go ahead and convert this over to an editable piece of geometry. So I'm going to right click, convert to editable poly. And what I want to do at this point is go ahead and actually select some faces along the bottom and extrude the rim, or what's just above the rim, I guess the second part of our tire here. And so let's go ahead and go to our perspective view. Just hit P on the keyboard to do that. And I'm going to go to Edge Mode, and what I want to do is actually select like these two edges right here in the middle. And I'm going to go ahead and hit Ring, and that will select them all the way around. And what I can do is hold down Control and go to Polygon Mode, and that'll select all of those polygons in this object. Now I'm going to go ahead and extrude this, and when we do, you'll notice that we are extruding by the group, so it's going in an odd direction. So what we want to do is actually local normal. So now we get a kind of a rim like this. If this is a design that you're looking for, go ahead and go for it, but it's not exactly what I have in mind for me. So I'm just going to extrude this just a little bit, and then I'm going to actually apply and continue one more time just to give me another extrusion. So I'm going to extrude this just a little bit more, and then I'm going to hit OK. Now what I want to do at this point is actually scale this in, because this is actually kind of bubbling out because of our local normal. So I'm going to grab my scale tool, and with these polygons selected, just kind of scale these in a little bit. Okay, just to bring that back inside the tire. Okay, so what I've created is the actual tire itself and this little piece that's underneath the tire. Okay, so what we can do now is we can go ahead and take a look at this and check out our NURMs and see just how this is smoothing out, and make sure that we actually check NURMs there. And this is looking pretty good to me. And what I want to do now is actually build the rim object here. So I'm going to do this just the same way we did with the torus, except I'm going to use a tube instead. And the creation process is exactly the same as a torus. So we're going to go to the Geometry, Standard Primitives, and use a tube. So we'll click in here and we'll drag out a rough size of our rim. Now we're going to align these here in just a little bit, so I don't want you to try and get this perfect every single time. And we're just going to drag out about the width of our rim here, and then we're going to get a little bit of height, because this works just like a cylinder would. So you'll notice that our height is fluctuating. So we just want to get a rough height here, and then we'll just hit OK on that. So I'm just going to do like 2.5 here. So let's go to our perspective view. I'm going to hit P on the keyboard, and you'll notice that we've got a rim going here. So let's go ahead and actually move this on over and just kind of try to center this up on the wheel a little bit, just to get a rough idea of the thickness that we have on this rim. Now what I want to do here is I want to actually go ahead and start aligning my wheel and my rim and my spoke together. So I'm going to check my spoke here and just zoom in on this. And I'm just trying to make sure that my pivot is centered on my hub still, and it is. And I want to go ahead and select my rim, and what I want to do is use the Align tool, and I'm going to align this to my spoke. So if I hit the spoke here, I'm going to do pivot point to pivot point, but actually I want to actually do center to center because my pivot point is off just a little bit. And you know what, let's go ahead and do pivot to pivot because the center point seems to be off on one of these objects. So we'll hit OK here. Let me actually go to perspective and just kind of check that out. And it is off. It's kind of off to the left here. So let's go ahead and just move this and just try to center it up the best that we can for right now. Actually, you know what? We can fix this really easy. Let's go ahead and move this rim way off of here just to get a better idea of how we can use this. First off, let's go ahead and select our rim, and we're going to go to the Hierarchy tab, and we're going to do Effect Pivot Only. And our pivot point on this is kind of off to the left side of our rim. It's not actually centered in this rim. And what we're going to do is hit Center to Object, and you'll see that pivot point kind of align a little bit better. We'll turn off Effect Pivot Only, and now our pivot point will stay right there in the center. So now let's go ahead and go to our Align tool and check our spoke, and we're going to do Pivot to Pivot, and we'll hit OK on that. So now if we go to our front view, that is on there pretty well. We'll go to our perspective, check that center, looking good. And now we're going to do the same thing for this wheel. We want to make sure that it's aligned as well. So we're going to do the alignment again, but we're going to go ahead and align this to our rim. Okay, so that kind of shifted just a little bit, so we did need that. So now this is looking really, really good here. Okay, so now let's go ahead and finish shaping our rim. And let's go ahead and apply some NURMS subdivisions to it. Now remember, we can't apply NURMS until we actually convert this over to an editable piece of geometry. So let's just right click on that, convert to editable poly. We'll use NURMS subdivisions. So this is getting smoothed out really nicely, but I do want this to be a little bit harder because this is kind of a hard surface here. So I'm going to go to my edges, and I'm going to go to my Edit Swift Loop tool, and I'm going to create a swift loop just underneath this edge segment on the corner. So that tightens that up really nicely. And we'll do this one. And I'm going to go ahead and do this around the bottom as well, but on the inside. Okay. There we go. So that is tightened up pretty well. And I'm going to just take a little bit of time here, and I'm going to scale this in just a little bit because I think this is just a little too thick. So let's grab our scale tool and scale this on the Y just a little bit. There we go, and that's looking pretty good. Now I don't want to go too far in because our spokes will start to interpenetrate and we'll get some weird results here. So I'm going to pull that out just a little bit. There we go. And that's looking pretty good. I'm pretty happy with that. So let's go ahead and deselect that. And what we've done is we've gone ahead and we've finished out the front wheel. We've created those spokes and reshaped those. We created a rim, and we also created the tire. Now what we could do at this point is go ahead and change those colors just to match the rest of our material. So I'm selecting both of those, and I'm just going to change this color to black because I want my wireframe to appear as black. Okay, now if I put a material on it, which I'm just going to use this gray material and assign that, so that'll appear as gray, and then we'll have that black wireframe. It just looks really nice and professional as you're modeling through this process. Now let's go ahead and actually show you how to group some objects together because I think I've touched on that, but I haven't really gone in depth with it. So we have our spoke, we have our rim, and our tire, and we want these to be all one object. Let's say if we were going to animate this, we want this wheel to be able to spin. So we're going to select all of those, and we're going to go to Group. And once we hit Group, we can give it a name. So we're going to say Front Wheel, and we want to be pretty descriptive on this. So I'm going to do front underscore wheel, and hit OK. So now these objects will stay together. So whenever I select any piece of this, it selects all of those. So now if I want to, I could go ahead and rotate this wheel and give it any kind of shape that I'm looking for there. So, alright, so this is looking pretty good. And what we're going to do in the next lesson is we're going to go ahead and build out the rear wheel. In this lesson, we're going to build the back wheel for our concept bike. Okay, so in the last lesson, we went ahead and we finished up the front wheel. And seeing how we've done that, we can go ahead and actually repurpose some geometry, so the rim and the tire of our front wheel, for our back wheel. So let's go ahead and do that. Now, in that lesson, we went ahead and we grouped these together just to see how that rotates. Okay, and we want to go ahead and actually ungroup this geometry so we can access the rim and the tire. Now, the thing about groups is there's a couple of ways that you can actually access individual pieces, so I want to discuss that really quickly. So we can go ahead and hit group and ungroup, and that will be the simplest way. But let's say we wanted to go ahead and keep these grouped for later on. So we can actually hit open, and we can access the individual pieces this way. Now whenever we hit open, you'll notice that we get this pink bounding box, and this lets us know that this is a group that has been opened and it needs to be closed after we're finished. Now, because I'm going to be cloning some geometry from this group, I want to go ahead and actually ungroup it. Because if I clone this over to my back wheel, what it will do is actually group my back wheel tires with my front wheel, and I don't want that. So let me just show you what I mean by that. Let me hit shift and move this, and you'll see now that even if I make this a copy and I hit OK, my front wheel and my back tire are part of a group, so I don't want that. So I'm going to hit undo a couple of times there, and we'll just do it one time. And let's go ahead and actually select a part of this and hit close, and you'll notice now that this is all grouped back together. So let's go ahead and ungroup this just for right now, and let's select the rim and the tire. So let's go ahead and hold down shift and move this back, and now you'll see that this is its own individual tire separate from this one. Okay, so we don't want those grouped together. Okay, so let's go ahead and build the rim of our back tire. Okay, so let's go ahead and go to our create panel, and I'm going to make sure that I'm under my geometry and standard primitives, and I'm going to use a tube to build the rim for our back tire. Okay, so what I want to do is just kind of create it right about here in the middle. So I'm just going to click and drag, and I'm not going to be exact the first time. So we're going to get about to the edge of our rim here, and then we're going to release that, and you'll see that we can get the inner radius. And once we have our desired inner radius, we're going to click one more time, and now we need to drag our height. Notice the changes in the values here. So I want to go to about 2 and click on that, and we're going to right click to end that creation process. Now let's go ahead and go to our modify panel, and what I want to do is actually line up some polygons for this piece of geometry that's extruding out of that rim. So it's a good idea to go ahead and move this to fit our reference image here. So this polygon's looking pretty good, and this one's looking pretty good here. So I used about 20 sides on this tube. So if you see anything different, go ahead and use 20 and then try to center it up, and you should get pretty close to this. Okay, so let's go ahead and convert this over to an editable poly, because we need to get rid of this extra geometry. So let's right click and convert to editable poly, and we're going to go to polygon mode because I want to go ahead and delete these extra polygons. So I'm going to hit delete, and let's go ahead and select these, and there we go. Now you'll notice that we have like this little line coming off of here, and this is actually a polygon that's on the top half of this piece of geometry. So we want to select it and delete it. Okay, so you should have something that looks like this. Now before we move on, what I want to do is actually go ahead and go to our perspective view, and I want to check out the ends of this. Seeing how we've deleted polygons, we're going to have a hole here, and we want to go ahead and cap that. So we're going to use the border mode, and we haven't really talked about border mode in this course, so this is a good time to do so. A border is essentially a set of edges that are around an open polygon. Okay, so we have a polygon that has been deleted here, and now we have a border that we can select. So now what we can do is actually use the cap tool, which is under the edit borders rollout, and that will create a polygon over that hole. So let's do the same thing around the bottom. We'll do cap, and now we're ready to go ahead and start extruding our geometry for our rim to connect to our tire. So let's go to our polygon mode, and we're going to select this top polygon and this one down here, just holding down Control to select both of those. And we're going to go ahead and use extrude. Okay, so when we extrude that out, we really don't want this to be that tall. Let's go ahead and go to our front view, and I want to take my extrusion height down, and we'll go to where it's just touching about the middle or the outside of that rim there. I want to go ahead and make this interpenetrating just to make sure that it fits nice and neat. So let's go ahead and hit OK on this. And now what I want to do is go ahead and apply NURMS to smooth this out. So let's scroll down in our command panel, and we'll find our NURMS. So let's go ahead and check that. And you'll notice that this is smoothed out and we've lost a lot of the detail. So by now you're already figuring out how we can relieve this process. So what we can do is go to Edit and use our Swift Loop tool to add some geometry. You could also use crease if you like, but I think adding resolution really helps, and it looks really nice. So I'm going to go ahead and add some resolution along the sides of this geometry here. And I'm going to do the same thing here. And I'm going to go around and I'm going to hit perspective here. I'm going to hit P on the keyboard. And I'm going to look at this edge here, and it's not quite hard enough for me. So what I want to do is actually go ahead and create some resolution along this corner here, just on the back side, and then also on this corner on the back side. Okay. Now this is going to go ahead and loop around the front, so we don't have to do that. Alright, so let's go ahead and turn off polygon mode, and we have our geometry, and I want to actually go ahead and up the iterations on this. I'm just going to go to 2 just to tighten up that geometry a little bit more and smooth it out really nice and neat. So let's right click and end that Swift Loop process, and now let's go ahead and align this to our rim. Now what I want to do is actually go to our Align tool and just click on my tire. And what we're going to do is actually align this along the center to the target object's pivot. So we just hit center to pivot, and we're only going to do this in the Y direction. If I have X or Z, it's going to move way down here, and I don't want to do that. So I just want to move it in the Y direction. Okay, so let's hit OK on this and just inspect that, and that looks pretty good. And what I want to do now is just kind of look right here. It looks like it might be interpenetrating just a little bit, so let's go ahead and hit our render just to check that out. And that's actually looking pretty nice, but what I want to do is I want to give it just a little bit of a lip there, so I'm going to scale this in the Y direction just a little bit, just to make sure that this is inside that rim. Okay, now you'll notice that it pulled itself inside the rim on this side, but not on the outside. Okay, so we want to align that one more time. So let's hit this align and select our tire, and we've already got these options set up, so let's just hit OK. And now this is centered up on that rim. Okay, so this is looking pretty good. Let's go ahead and just change those materials really quickly. Let's go to our black color, just so that black wireframe shows up, and then we'll just apply that gray material. And like I said, I like to do this just for presentation purposes, and it also lets me know that I'm finished with that piece of geometry. Okay, so we finished our rear wheel in this lesson, and in the next lesson we're going to go ahead and move on to a different piece of geometry. We're going to build the handlebars in that next lesson. In this lesson we're going to build the handlebars for our concept bike. Okay, so we've gone ahead and we've built the wheels of our bike, we've built our frame and our front pivot and our forks for this bike. And I just kind of want to move on to a different portion, seeing how we've been working down here toward the bottom. I want to build out the handlebars for this bike. So what I want to do is go ahead and actually select my frame, and I just want to hide it. So I'm going to right click on it and hide selection, just so I can see my reference image a little easier for my handlebars. Now what I'm going to do is use a line to trace out just the shape of the handlebars here, or the path that the handlebars are taking. So let's go to our shapes, and we're going to use our line tool, and I'm just going to click a point here on my pivot point here, or my front pivot, and I'm going to click a point at the top of the handlebars, one here where we get this bend, so in the middle of this bend, and then straight out to the end of this handlebar. Now we're going to right click to end that. Let's go ahead and change the color of our line so we can see this a little bit easier. There we go. And what I want to do now is switch to my perspective, and let's go ahead and move this over to the right a little bit. Okay, so let's move this out. And I'm going to go to my vertex mode of this line, and let's go ahead and select this vertex out on the end, and let's move this back over to our pivot. And I know this is interpenetrating right now, but we're going to adjust this whenever we get to that. Let's select this top vertex here, and what I want to do is actually move over to my left viewport, and I want to take this top vertex that we have selected and just kind of pull this toward the middle between this vertex and this this set of vertices. Okay, so let's switch back to our front view, and you'll notice that whenever I switch to my front view, it's kind of centering up on my reference image. It's not going back to my line. So what you can do is actually hit Z on the keyboard, and this will snap the viewport to whatever you have selected. So this is a great way to speed up your production flow. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's select all of these vertices, and let's convert them to a Bezier corner to go ahead and edit this line. So I'm going to just kind of move these in my front view here. So let's edit these lines just to match our image plane. And let's select these. Let's get that bend in our handlebar there. Do the same thing here. Now that bend might be a little bit too much. There we go. That's looking better. Let's actually convert this one to a Bezier because I want that to be nice and smooth. So I'm going to just adjust this and just kind of get a happy medium here. It may not match up exactly, so this is looking pretty good. Alright, so now we've gone ahead and we've matched this up in our front view. Let's go ahead and go to our left view, and let's hit Z so we can snap to that handlebar line. And let's kind of check out the shape here, and I'm not really impressed with the shape in our front view, so let's go ahead and just reshape that a little bit. And I want to straighten up this line coming out of our front pivot because that's going to go pretty much straight down into that. And let's adjust this line, make it a little more curvy. Same thing with this one, to where this one's pretty much straight up and down. And this is looking pretty good to me. Let's take this one in just a little bit there, just to kind of squish that. Now if you need to move this vertex over, if you really want this to be an arch shape, you can go ahead and do that. Now let's go to our top view, and let's inspect that line there. So let's hit Z, and you'll see that this is really curved funny. So let's adjust these handles, and it's probably going to be this one that's affecting this line right here. And let's make sure we have both directions selected and just pull that back there. And I want to pull this vertex up just a little bit and adjust this line. And let's find a nice shape there. So I'm going to pull this forward just a little bit more. And this is looking pretty good. Okay, so I can live with this. Let's go ahead and go to our perspective view, hitting P. And we'll zoom out. And this is going to be the path that our handlebars are going to be shaped in. Okay, so we've created a path, a 2D line, and we know that these don't render inside of 3D space. So what's the point of creating that path? Well, what we can do is actually create another shape called a circle. And let's go ahead and go to our front here. And let's create a circle in our scene here. And let me change the color of that just so we can see it a little easier. There we go. And what we're going to do is actually loft this shape along this path to create that 3D geometry for our bike handles. Okay? So we're going to use a tool called loft. So let's select our path and let's go to our create panel, go to geometry, and we're going to change this from standard primitives to compound objects. Now in here you can see loft. Now these tools that are in here, they need two objects to work with one another. So that's why we created this path and we also created this shape. So let's go to loft and we need to pick the shape seeing how we have the path selected. So let's hit get shape and select that circle, and now you'll see that we have some geometry that has been created along that path. Now you'll see that the circle is very angular. It's more of a box than a circle. So what we want to do is actually go to our modify panel and we're going to scroll down to our options rollout, and let's scroll down till we can find our options in our skin parameters rollout, and let's go ahead and adjust our shape steps, and you'll see that that gets a little more round. And then we can also adjust our path steps, and that will get much smoother. So let's go up to about 8. That's probably a pretty good spacing there. And let's just kind of inspect this. Okay, so we've gone ahead and we've begun to create the shape for our handlebars. And let's go ahead and kind of shape this up a little bit. You can see that this is really interpenetrating our front pivot. Okay, so let's select our loft here and let's go to shape. And actually, I'm sorry, I want to go select the line here. So let's go to F3. And there is a line in here that we want to go ahead and select. And you see it right there, that orange line. Let's deselect our loft. And now we have that line selected. And we can go to vertex mode and move this line, and it will move our lofted object. So let's hit F3 to go back to our shaded view. And let's just move that inside of our front pivot. Okay. Alright, so we've gone ahead and we've started to create the initial shape for our handlebars. And in the next lesson, we're going to create the grips and also the little end cap on the end of this object. In this lesson, we're going to go ahead and finish up the handlebars for our concept bike. Now what I want to do is go ahead and show you how we can make some minor tweaks to this handlebar path. You'll notice that we have this really tight bend right here, and I just kind of want to loosen that up a little bit. So the way we can do this is we can't actually control the path on this lofted object directly. What we have to do is actually control the line that we used to create this lofted object. So let's go ahead and select that line. If you'll select right on your lofted object and click one more time, you should be able to select that line. If you can't, go ahead and use the select by name, and you should see line 008, and you could use that. So let's go ahead and cancel that. And I'm going to go to vertex mode, and I'm going to hit F3 on the keyboard, and I'm going to select this vertex right here. And what I want to do is actually move the handles and adjust that bend. So I'm going to grab my move tool and just kind of adjust that a little bit, just kind of loosen up that bend there. Okay, so let's turn off vertex mode. And the next thing that I want to do is actually show you how we can adjust the shape of our handlebars. And what I'm talking about shape is just that circular shape that we have all the way around. Now, we can't actually select this shape and scale it. What we actually have to do is select the shape that's at the bottom of our lofted object. Let me show you what I mean by that. Let's actually select our handlebars, and we're going to hit the plus sign and go to shape. Now let's also go to our perspective view, and you should see a shape, a circle shape, around one end. Now in this case it's right here, but if it's not, try over here. Okay, so it'll be at one end or the other. And what I can do with this shape selected is actually scale it, and I can scale it down to make it thinner, or I can scale it up to make it thicker, but we just want to make it thinner here. So I'm going to scale that down. I'm going to hit F3 just to kind of look at that, and I want to make it a little bit thinner, and that's okay with me there. Alright, so let's go ahead and turn off that shape. And once we're finished with our refinement, let's go ahead and convert this over to an editable poly. Because I'm done with that lofted shape there, I can go ahead and actually select the line that's inside of this and delete it out. And I can also delete this shape, because what I've done is I've converted that lofted object over to an editable poly, and we can no longer control that line or that shape. Okay? So now let's go ahead and create the grips of our handlebars. Now to create the grips, what I'm going to do is actually create a clone of my handlebars object. So I'm going to go to Edit and Clone. You can hit Control V on the keyboard as well. Now I'm going to just make a copy. So I'm going to hit OK. And what we've got are two sets of handlebars just right on top of one another. So I'm just moving this so you can see it. And I'm going to hit Undo to move that back. And what I want to do is go ahead and select the geometry for my grips. Now my grips, I have this designed to where it doesn't actually wrap all the way around the handlebar. It kind of does this C shape around the handlebar. So I'm going to go to my polygon mode. And I'm going to select a set of polygons on this. So let's go ahead and do something like, let's go to the end here. And I'm going to select these three polys, just like this. And what I'm going to do is hold down Shift and select this polygon. And you'll notice that it selects that entire loop of polygons all the way around. I'm going to hold down Shift and go to the next one and the next one. So what I've done is selected those three and just held down Shift and selected the next three in line, and it does a loop effect here. So it selects the loops of these polygons. Now what I want to do is go ahead and delete these polygons. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is go ahead and select every other set of polygons for my grips. So let's go ahead and switch this over to a lasso tool selection. Now we've been using this box selection, or this box shape marquee selection, and this is going to kind of slow things down because we're trying to select polygons on an advanced piece of geometry. So let's switch this over to the lasso selection, and what I can do is just go ahead and hold down Control and just draw a line through the sets of polygons that I want to select. So this is just going to make things easier. Okay, so let's go ahead and select all the way around these, and I'm just selecting every other one, and these are going to represent my grips that I'm going to use. Okay, so this is enough here. Now I want to keep these, so I'm going to actually select the invert. So I'm going to do Edit, select Invert, and delete these polygons, so that way my grips are left. So I'm just going to hit Delete on my keyboard, and now I've got that geometry for my grips. So now what I'm going to do to actually make these a little more pronounced and give them a little bit more depth is I'm going to extrude these. So let's select all of these objects, and I'm going to go down to Extrude. So now you'll see that we get kind of this spiky shape here, and that's because we're extruding by group. Let's switch this over to Local Normal, and you'll see now that we get more of this fan shape. Okay, now it's really too high, so let's take our height down, and we're going to go down and let's do like 0.1 on this. So let's just type that in, and we'll hit OK. So I'm pretty happy with that. So let's go ahead and apply our NURMs to this shape, to our grips here, just to smooth them out. And those look pretty good. Now the last thing that I want to do is go ahead and create the button for my handlebar here. So let's select our handlebar object, and let's go to polygon mode. And I'm going to select this end polygon. And what we're going to do is we're going to use a mixture of extrude and inset while also scaling some polygons to create this button. So the first thing that I want to do is go ahead and extrude, and I want to take that height down. Okay. And let's just draw this down because I'm just creating an edge here. So I'm going to hit OK, and let's scale this polygon up a little bit. Okay, so this is starting our button. If you want, you can actually move this polygon back in case you weren't able to control that extrude as much. And let's extrude this out. And we'll hit OK. We can actually move this out. And we're going to inset this. So let's do an inset, take our inset amount down. And this is OK with me. And we're going to actually move this out. So you can see how we're using a mixture of using extrude and inset to create just kind of a little bit of geometry on the end of this. So I want to do an inset one more time because I'm going to create this little button on the end of this. So let's hit OK on this. And actually, let me hit undo. Something kind of changed there. Let's inset one more time. And let's take that amount up. Here we go. And let's pull this out and inset again. And we're going to pull this down a little bit. We got too far there. Whenever it looks like the polygon is cutting through wireframe, that means you've gone too far on your inset. So now what I'm doing is just creating the button here. So let's hit OK and extrude, but we're going to extrude in a negative direction this time. Not quite so far. And inset again. Now I know we're doing a lot of inset and a lot of extrude, but I just want you to get some practice with this because this is a really powerful tool to where you're just trying to create just general mass of an object. So let's extrude one more time, and this time in a positive direction, and this is going to be our little button that we have at the end of our handlebar piece. So let's hit OK. And now let's go ahead and apply NURMs to this object. And you'll see how that smooths out nice and neat. We've got this little button detail here. And let's go ahead and get our resolution back for this little hard crease here. So you're probably already thinking, let's use the Swift Loop tool to do that. So let's go to Edge Mode, Edit, and Swift Loop. And we're just going to create a swift or a loop right here on this crease and one on the other side just to harden up that edge right there. Alright, so let's turn off edge mode, and this is looking pretty good to me. And what you can do at this point is go ahead and change those colors. I'm sure you know how to do that by now. And let's go ahead and right click and unhide all so we can see our frame again. And so now we've got 1/2 of our handlebars here. So what we can do is go ahead and mirror that over, and I'm just going to let you do that, seeing how we've already dealt with mirror several times. So in the next lesson, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and build out the sprocket of our bike frame. In this lesson, we're going to use the lathe tool to build the hubless sprocket for our concept bike. Okay, so we're going to create this round hubless sprocket here on our bike here, and I want to use the lathe tool to create this just to give you a little bit more exposure to some of the tools that you might come across. Now to use the lathe tool, we have to have a shape in place here. So let's go to our create panel, and I'm going to use a rectangle. Now what I'm going to do is actually switch to my top view, and I'm going to create this rectangle right along this area here, and I'm not really worried about the width, just as long as it's wider than my bike frame. Okay, so let's go ahead and right click to end that creation process there, And let's switch to our front view. Now what I want to do at this point is go ahead and move this rectangle down here to about the middle of my sprocket. And I want to be able to access the vertices of this rectangle. Now if we go to our Modify panel, you'll notice that we don't really have access to those, so we want to right click on this object and convert it to an editable spline. Now we can go ahead and grab the vertices of this object and move them in place. So I want to select this row of vertices and just move it to about here along this edge of the sprocket, and do the same thing here and just kind of line this up to the edge. Let's try this one more time. There we go. Alright, so now what I want to do is go to my perspective view, and I want to reshape this object here. Now I want to be able to reshape this, but you'll notice that we have these handles on our selected vertices. So we want to go ahead and select all the vertices and convert this over to a corner vertex type, because I don't want any weird skewing on this just yet. So let's go ahead and use that lathe tool. So let's turn off vertex mode, and we're going to use the lathe modifier. So we'll go down on our modifier list and we'll scroll down until we see lathe. Okay. So once we've applied this, you'll see that it's created more like a cylindrical shape, and it's basically taken that rectangle and turned it in a 360 degree fashion and created geometry from that. So let's actually go ahead and adjust our alignment, because we have some interpenetration going on here. So what I want to do is switch this over to max, which will basically lathe it around the right side of that rectangle that we had previously. So let's go to our editable spline, and max is going to lathe right here along this edge with max. With the default, it would lathe along the pivot point, and the minimum is going to lathe along the left edge here. So let's go back to lathe, and we can see this in work. So we'll go to center, that's along the pivot point, minimum is along the left edge, and max is along the right edge. So you could really do minimum or maximum if you like. Okay, so what I want to do at this point is go ahead and size this up to my sprocket. So let's hit F on our keyboard. And I want to go ahead and create this hole here. Now I don't have to select these polygons and delete them out. I can actually adjust the axis in which this lathe is working. So let's hit axis here. And let's go ahead and move this to the right. And you'll notice that we're starting to shape up to our sprocket, as well as get this hole here as well. So I want to pull this down just a little bit more. And now we'll go ahead and actually move this over to the right. So let's move our lathed object, our sprocket here, and let's take that axis up just a little bit more to the right, and then we'll go ahead and move this and line it up properly. Okay, so let's take a look at this. We've got this sprocket started, but it's definitely not in the shape that we're looking for. We want these polygons in the front to be a little bit skinnier and just give this a little bit of depth. Now before I do that, I want to go ahead and actually center this up on our bike frame. So let's use our Align tool, and let's click on our frame here, and if we have our Y position selected and our center selected on our current object, which is our sprocket, and we're going to align that to our pivot point on our target object, which is our frame, and we can just go ahead and hit OK on that. So it just kind of centers it up in this direction. Okay? So once we're finished with that lathe, we've got something that looks kind of like a tube, and what we can really do is just go ahead and convert this over to an editable poly. And I want to take these polygons here on the front and just kind of squish them in or scale them in toward one another. So what I'm going to do is actually select a loop of polygons here. So I'm going to hold down Shift and select the next polygon in line. So this selects all of them all the way around. So let's grab our scale tool and scale these polygons in. And we'll go to about here. We don't want to go that far in. And this is looking pretty good here. So let's go ahead and create, well, let's put NURMs on this because we want to smooth this out, and I really don't want these sharp edges here. So let's go to Use NURMs, and you'll notice that this is really not what we're looking for. So we're going to go ahead and add some geometry. So let's go to Edit, our Edit Edges, and then we'll go to Swift Loop under our Edit Graphite Modeling Tools. And let's add some resolution right along these edges here. Let's zoom in until we get what we're looking for. So that hardens it up just a little bit. Actually, let's hit undo one time. Let's go to the other side of the line. There we go. Do that again. Okay, so that boxes up that top part. And let's go ahead and put a bit of resolution right here toward the end here. So now you see that that kind of flattens out and smooths out really nicely. Okay, and let's do the same thing on the other side. We don't want to forget about it. And what we have now is our casing for our hubless sprocket. Now in the next lesson, what we're going to do is actually build the interior of this sprocket. In this lesson, we're going to build the interior of our sprocket. So let's go ahead and get right into this. We're going to build the interior portion for our pedals to connect to on our bike here. So let's go to our Create panel, and we're going to create a tube. And let's just kind of come in here and build a tube that's almost center. And we're going to build this to where the outer radius is inside of our sprocket. And then we're going to release that, and we'll get our inner radius. And we'll click on that. And now we need to get our height. And I want to make my height around 6. Okay, it could be -6 or +6. It doesn't really matter. And I'm going to right click to end that. And I've got my sprocket shape started here. And I'm going to go ahead and move this to one side. Okay, just so I can see that a little bit easier. Now before I move on, I want to go ahead and center this object's pivot because I want to align this object to my sprocket. So let's go to our hierarchy panel, Effect Pivot Only, and we're going to do Center to Object. Okay, so let's turn off that Effect Pivot Only, and now you'll see that the pivot point, or the move tool, is now in the center of that tube. So let's go ahead and align our object to our sprocket, and we're going to do center to center for right now. We're going to do X, Y, and Z position, and we'll hit OK. So let's go ahead and move this object to the outer rim here. We don't want to go all the way outside. Okay, so this is okay for us. And let's go ahead and go to our front view. And what we need to do now is create that geometry that our pedal is actually going to connect to. Now on my tube here, let me go to my Modify panel. Let me go ahead and go down to 18 segments here. I don't need 20. Let's see what 16 looks like. We might even be able to work with just 16 segments, so let's go ahead and go with that. And what I want to do is actually create that geometry for my pedal to connect to. So I'm going to go to my perspective view, and I need to go ahead and convert this over to an editable poly so I can start editing this geometry. So I'm going to go to my edge mode, and I'm going to create some polygons right here so I have that piece of geometry for my pedals. So let's go to Edit and Swift Loop, and let's cut that geometry in there. Okay, so I'm just going to right click to end that Swift Loop, and I just need these polygons right here just to extrude for my pedals. Okay, so let's go ahead and grab our polygon tool, our polygon mode, and let's select these polygons right here, and I'm going to extrude those up. So we'll hit extrude here, and I don't want to go up that high, so we'll just drag this down a little bit. And this looks okay, and we'll hit OK on that. And I want to reshape this just a little bit, so I'm going to go to my edge mode, and I'm going to pull this up just a little and take these and pull them down. And I'm going to actually switch over to vertex mode, but I'm going to convert my selection. So I'm going to hold down Control and click on vertex mode. So now you see those vertices are now selected. And I'm going to scale them in a little bit. Okay, so I just want this geometry right here so I can start creating that pedal. Alright, so let's go ahead and let's go to our polygon mode. And let's give ourselves a little bit more definition in here. Let's create a little bit more design here. So we're going to use our inset and just kind of create a little hole here for our petals to connect into. And I'm going to hit OK. And now I'm going to go ahead and extrude this in. So I'm going to go in a negative direction. And I don't want to quite go that far. This is okay for me. And I'm going to hit OK. Now this is very blocky and it's not smooth. So let's go ahead and apply some NURMs to this. So let's go down to NURMs and turn those on. So you can see that we have that little bit of detail there, but now everything else is smoothed out and we've lost those hard edges that we needed. So let's go to our edge mode and insert that geometry. So we're going to use our Swift Loop tool. And let's just insert some geometry right in here on the inside. And then we're going to switch to wireframe, hitting F3 on the keyboard. And we're going to put a little bit here on the outside. You can see this outside corner right here. I'm going to click once there. And there we go. So let's hit F3 and see what this is looking like so far. This is looking pretty good. I like the shape here. And what I want to do is actually bump up my resolution for my NURMs one time. So I'm going to hit iterations and we'll take that to 2. So now this is looking nice and neat. And I'm pretty happy with this. Now the next thing that I want to do is I need to actually copy this part over to the other side. And so we're going to make a copy of this. And we're going to attach it and weld it to make it one solid piece. Now before I do that, remember in one of our first lessons we had, whenever we weld objects together, we have to get rid of this geometry that's going to be an obstruction. Okay, so let's get rid of these polygons because this is where our sprockets are going to weld together. So I'm going to hit delete. And let me go ahead and turn off NURMs. And now let's go ahead and make a copy of this sprocket piece here. Okay, so let's go ahead and grab our rotate tool. Let's make sure that angle snapping is on. And I'm going to go ahead and rotate this on the Z direction while holding down Shift. And I'm going to rotate this 180 degrees here. Okay, so I'm going to make that a copy. I'm going to hit OK. And then I'm going to go ahead and rotate this 180 degrees on the Y, but I'm not holding Shift when I do this. Okay, now let's go ahead and move this to the outside here. And let's go ahead and bridge this gap here. Now we have to, in order to do this, we need to attach the two objects together so we can access the vertices of this object as well as that object. So in here you can only see these vertices are selected or able to be selected, and these are not. So let's go ahead and use our attach function, and we'll attach this object. Okay. So now if we go to vertex mode, we can see the vertices in this object as well as this object. Okay, so what I want to do now is I want to select this border right here and this border on the sprocket. We'll do the outside in just a minute. So what I want to do is go ahead and hold down Control and convert my selection to a vertex. Okay, so let's use our weld function. So here is weld. And you'll notice as we hit weld, nothing is happening. So let's hit our settings box and let's take our weld threshold up higher, and you'll see that those begin to snap. Now if you go too high, it'll snap all of those into one vertex. So we don't want to go that high. We'll say 0.994 in this case, and that is welded together. So we'll hit OK. Now let's do this one more time. Let's hit F3 on our keyboard so we can actually see what's going on here. And let's go to edge mode, or I'm sorry, border mode, and let's select this border and that border. And we're going to do the same thing. We'll hold down Control and go to vertex mode, and we're going to hit that weld. Okay, and that's welded together quite nicely there. Okay, so now let's hit F3, go back to our smooth. So now this is one solid piece. So we've just kind of repurposed some geometry that we've already built. Let's go ahead and apply that NURMs to see what this looks like so far. And this is looking really, really good. Okay, So what we've done in this lesson is we've built the inside sprocket here, and just to do a little bit of cleanup, we need to fix this frame just a little bit. You'll notice how it's interpenetrating here. So let's go to our line on this frame, and let's just adjust these curves here on each side. So I'm just going to select this vertex on the front. I'm going to go to wireframe by hitting F3, and I'm just going to move this handle straight up. So I'm going to make sure that I'm on my Z direction and move this straight up in the air. Okay, let's hit F3 just to see what's going on inside. And we're going to do the same thing right here. Okay, so now that's no longer interpenetrating. And let's do the same thing on the other side. Hit F3 to see the handle. Pull this up. Let's hit F3 just to see how that's working. And we'll do this one, and same thing. So now we've got our frame. It's no longer interpenetrating with our inner sprocket, and it's really nice and clean now. So let's turn off that vertex mode. Okay, so in the next lesson, what we're going to do is we're going to actually go ahead and build the chain guard that connects our sprocket to our rear wheel. In this lesson, we're going to build the chain guard for our concept bike. Okay, so let's go ahead and zoom in and just kind of look at our reference image and look at our chain guard here. What we've got is we've got a cylindrical shape that kind of looks like it bridges into our sprocket here. And what we're going to do is we're going to actually extract some geometry from this sprocket first, and then we're going to build a cylinder and bridge the two together. Okay, so let's start with extracting this geometry. So we're going to go to our Modify panel, and I want to go ahead and turn off NURMS for right now. And I'm going to go to my perspective view, just hitting P on the keyboard. And what I want to do is go to polygon mode. And I'm going to select these polygons right here. I'm going to select 5 of these here to where it goes right up into the frame and then 4 down here. Okay. So what I'm going to do is go ahead and hold down Shift and move this out in the X direction. And we've just extracted that geometry, and we're going to clone this to an object, and we're going to call this chain guard. Okay. Now this is too big for me, so I'm going to scale this down, but before I can do that I need to go ahead and deselect this sprocket. Remember, if you're in a sub-object mode, it's important to go ahead and deselect that, and then you can select a new object. Okay, so let's go ahead and scale this down. So I'm going to scale it in the Y. I'm going to go down pretty thin here, and I'm going to move this over to this edge here. Now what I want to do is make sure that it's not going over my tire here, because I don't want my chain guard to rub my tire. So this looks pretty good here. And now we're ready to go ahead and let's go ahead and create our cylinder. So let's go to our front view, and let's create this cylinder here. So we'll go to our Create panel, and we're going to go to Cylinder, and I'm just going to drag one in here really quickly and get it to about the size that I need. And then I'm going to release and get my height, and I'm going to go up to about 4 on my height here. And what we'll do is right click, and we're going to inspect this just to make sure that this is about the right size. And I think this might be a little bit too wide here, so let's go to our Modify panel, and let's take this height down a little, and we'll go to 3.5, and then we'll move this in the Z just to make sure that it's off of that rim. We do not want that rubbing. Okay, so now let's go ahead and finish up our chain guard. So we've got our 2 objects, and we want to make them one object, so we need to go ahead and attach them. So let's select our extracted geometry for our chain guard, and we're going to go down to our attach function, and we're going to select that cylinder. So now this is part of chain guard, but now we need to go ahead and get this geometry in between. Let's go to our front view, and you can kind of see your chain guard here, just the geometry. And what we're going to do is actually bridge these 5 polygons with the 5 polygons in this cylinder here. Okay, so let's go ahead and go to polygon mode here, and I'm going to select these 5 polygons holding down Control. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And we want to make sure that we have 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 polygons selected here as well. So let's go ahead and go to Bridge. And now Bridge, what it will do is go ahead and gap or bridge the gap between polygons whenever we're using it in polygon mode. So let's hit the settings box here. And you'll see that this has bridged with a set of polys. Now what you do notice is that it looks a little twisted. It looks like it's trying to bridge from this vertex and it's going diagonal to this one. And we're having some issues here. So what we can do is we can adjust our twist to get that to straighten up. So let's go to twist in a negative direction, and now this is lined up properly. So it's gone from this vertex down to this one. So this looks much better. Okay, so now what we can do is go ahead and add some segments here. And I'm going to add in 4 because I just want to give this a little bit of an arch on my chain guard. Now I'm finished with that, so I'm going to hit OK. And I'm going to go to Edge mode. Let's switch back to our front view. Hit F on the keyboard to do that. And I'm going to go ahead and select this loop here. So I'm going to select one edge and hit Loop. And I'm just going to kind of move this up, just to kind of give this a bit of an arch direction. We're going to do that to the next one. We'll hit Loop, move this up here, and we'll do this one as well. So we've got this nice, neat little arch and on the bottom as well. So now what we need to do is go ahead and select this loop on the back side, and we just need to move this straight back into our sprocket. Okay. Alright, so now we're ready to go ahead and apply NURBS to this object. So let's smooth this out. And let's just kind of look at some of the problem areas where we lost resolution. So we're going to need some resolution on the top and the bottom to get that straightened out. And we need to do something in here because we're going to actually be building some of these interior pieces in the next lesson. Okay, so let's go to Edge mode. And we're going to go to Edit and Swift Loop. And we're just going to create some resolution right on top at this corner and at that corner on the other side. So that really sharpened it up there. So that looks pretty good. And let's go ahead and go to polygon mode, and I want to do something about this polygon right here. So let's go ahead and inset that. And you'll notice that it starts to tighten this up. So I'm going to inset that a little bit here and hit OK. And I'm going to do it one more time. And I'm not going to inset it quite that much. Okay, we'll hit OK. And now we're going to extrude this in a negative direction, just to kind of push this back. And you can see that if we go too far, it's going to clip through the other side, and we don't want that. Okay, so we can go just to the other side. Okay, so let's hit OK, and I want to inset it again just to tighten up that crease. Okay, with inset, we're just adding some more resolution. So we'll hit OK on this, and we'll just leave it just like that. Okay, so let's take a look at this geometry. It's nice and clean and smooth. And what we're going to do in the next lesson is build this geometry and really get into creating some higher poly geometry. So we will do that in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to create the interior pieces of our chain guard. Okay, so we built the chain guard in our last lesson, and we need these interior details that we have. So what we're looking for is just some really fine details like this. So let's go ahead and switch to our front view and zoom in on our chain guard here. And what I want to do is go ahead and create a cylinder inside of this. So let's go ahead and click on cylinder. And the way I want this to set up is I need to go ahead and create a cap segment. So I have this cylinder triangulated. So let's go ahead and add a cap segment here and make sure that that says 2. And I want to keep it low on its polygon count. So I'm going to take it down to 12 sides. Okay. So let's go ahead and drag this cylinder in, and you'll see that we now have these triangulations on the cap of our cylinder, and that's because of our cap segments. Let's drag this height up here. And now if we go to our perspective view, you can see that we have some geometry on the inside. And we've got this triangulation. This is going to help us out with building just one piece of this detail. So let's go ahead and get rid of this loop here because I don't need that. That's just something that is built whenever you add a cap segment to a cylinder. So I'm going to go ahead and convert this over to an editable poly. And let's go to edge mode. And I want to select one of these edges on front and just hit loop, and that'll select that all the way around. Now I want to make sure that I do the same thing on the back side, so I'm going to hit wireframe, so F3, and hold control and hit loop there. And now what I'm going to do with both of those loops selected, I'm going to hold down control and hit backspace, and that will remove those edges as well as any vertices that were created because of those edges. Okay, so let's switch back to our shaded view, hitting F3. So now what we're able to do is go ahead and go to polygon mode, and I'm going to switch to my front view and hit Z so I can zoom in here. And I'm going to select the unneeded geometry. Okay, so let's hit delete on our keyboard. And I'm also going to hit F3 just to check my wireframe to see if there's any unneeded polygons that I left out. And we're looking okay here, so I'm going to hit front on my keyboard and hit Z to zoom in again. And let's go ahead and hit F3 to go back to our shaded view. Now you'll notice that whenever we go to our perspective, you'll notice that we have a gap here. So we need to go ahead and bridge that. So let's go to edge mode, select those two edges and hit bridge. That'll create a polygon there. We'll do the same thing here and bridge. Okay, so what I want to do now is go ahead and apply some smoothing to this. So let's go to NURMS, and you'll see that this smooths out quite a bit, okay, and we're really losing a ton of that detail on our interior piece. So what we need to do is go ahead and add some resolution. So let's turn off NURMS, and I know what you're thinking right now. Let's go ahead and go to the Swift Loop tool and let's just add that resolution really quickly. But whenever we have geometry that is triangulated like this, Swift Loop doesn't work all that well. So what we need to do is go ahead and use it as much as we can, but then we're also going to make some cuts on our own manually to get that resolution. So let's go to edge mode, and we're going to go to edit and Swift Loop tool, and I'm going to create a loop along this edge here on the front and on the back as well. And we're going to create one up here toward the top, and you'll notice that this is not going all the way across. And we're going to do this on each side. And then I'm also going to create an edge loop starting here at the bottom that's going to go straight up and around our triangle. Okay, and we're going to do this on each side. Alright, so now what we're able to do is to go ahead and use our cut tool to finish out the resolution on the front. So let's right click and go to vertex mode, and we're going to right click one more time and go to cut, and we're going to cut from this vertex, and we're going to go to the center segment, just cut one time, and then we're going to go over to this vertex here. We'll right click to end that cutting process, and then what we're going to do is go ahead and go around to the back side, hitting F3 to go to wireframe. And we're going to do the same thing on the back. Now I know this geometry is going to be on the back side and we're not going to see it, but we want to go ahead and cut this out into quads anyway, so that way NURMS works all the way through. Okay, so let's go ahead and take a look at that. We'll hit F3. And I know that I'm going to need some geometry to come down the front side here. So let's go ahead and grab our Swift Loop tool and see what we can do with that. And you'll notice it's not going to go all the way through, so we're going to have to do a little bit more cutting, but we'll take what we can get with the Swift Loop right now. So we'll cut around the top, and we'll do this on each side here. And then what we're going to do is we're going to cut from this vertex down to here and back up, and we'll do the same thing on the back side. So let's right click, and we'll go to cut. And let's start from this vertex, and we'll go straight down to this center segment. And we'll do the same thing right here. Okay, and let's do the back side, we'll hit F3 just so we can see that. We'll start with this vertex. And let's try this one more time so I can actually see where I'm going. So we'll go down to the center segment, and then we'll go to this vertex here. Okay. Alright, so now we've got some topology that's going to hold up in our NURMs. So let's go ahead and actually turn NURMs on. Let's turn off vertex mode. And we'll apply NURMs, and you'll see that this smooths out much better than what we had before. And now we're ready to go ahead and add that detail that we need to these pieces. So let's go to polygon mode, and we'll select these two polygons, and I'm just going to extrude these inside of my geometry here. So I'm going to take this down, and I'm going to do like -1 around that area. Let's do just -0.5. That's good enough for me. So let's hit OK. And you'll notice that the detail isn't really that impressive. It's still very angular. So let's just take our iterations up on our NURMs to smooth this out some more. And let's do 3 on this one. Make this really, really smooth. Okay, let's go ahead and turn off polygon mode. And let's go to our front view and hit Z to zoom in on that. And we're going to go ahead and make some copies of this all the way around this geometry. So let's go ahead and grab our rotate tool, and let's make sure that angle snap is on. And I'm going to hold down shift and rotate this 60 degrees. Okay. Now it's going to bring up our clone options here, and I don't want to sit here and rotate this 5 or 6 more times. So let's go ahead and tell it how many copies we want it to make. So 60 degrees, if we times that by 6, that's 360. So we need 5 more copies. So we're going to do 1 and then 5 more. So let's go up, or I'm sorry, we need 1 and then 4 more. So we're going to add 5 in here, and we'll hit OK. And this has gone ahead and created all of those details all the way around. So just to kind of bring all of this together, I'm going to go ahead and create like a little small sphere right here just to make sure that it looks like these are going to stay in there rather than just kind of fall out. So let's go to our sphere. Let's just kind of drag one in here. We'll give it a pretty good size. You'll notice that it's kind of back behind all of our geometry. So let's go to our perspective, and let's drag this forward to the front here. And I want to make sure that my segments are pretty low. I think I put 12 on here, something like that. Yeah. So if yours is default with like 32, go ahead and take it down to something like this, because this is just a small detail and we really don't need that kind of geometry on it. Alright, so in this lesson we've gone ahead and we've created some really nice details for the interior of our chain guard, and in the next lesson we're going to go ahead and move up to the bike seat and get that built. In this lesson we're going to go ahead and build out the bicycle seat of our concept bike. So let's start out with the shape of this seat here. And the way I want to build this is just starting out with just a simple box, and we'll just build up from that box for this geometry. So let's go ahead and go to our Create panel, and we're going to build a box in our front view here. I'm going to go ahead and turn off Auto Grid, seeing how we were using that in the last lesson. So I'm just going to turn that off. And I'm going to click and drag just about the length of the seat here. Okay. Now I'm also going to get some height here, and I'm going to just take this up to, let's say, about 8. Okay, and we're going to right click, and I'm going to go to my perspective view just to kind of look at that seat, and I need this to be a little bit wider, so I'm going to go ahead and just take that height up even more. So we'll go ahead and we'll do 16 on that, and we'll adjust that as we go along. So let's kind of center this up on our bike. We'll go to our top view, just hitting T on the keyboard. Let's just kind of center this up a little better. And you'll notice that we have almost no resolution on this. Actually, we have no resolution whatsoever. This is just a box. So let's go ahead and add some segments in here. Now I could go ahead and convert this over to an editable poly, and I can add some edge loops using the Swift tool, but I can go ahead and actually add segments right here before I convert it. So I'm going to add one right across here, and I'm going to add a couple in the middle here. So let's actually keep this kind of low. We can always add more resolution as we go. So I'm going to do 4 on my width, and I'm going to do 2 on my height here. Or I'm sorry, 3 on my height. So let's go ahead and convert this over to an editable poly. And now let's go to our front view, and what we're going to do first is we're just going to shape this into the shape of our seat in our reference image here. So let's go ahead and Alt-X to make this object see-through. And we're just going to go row by row of vertices, and we'll just set this up here. I'm not worrying about the actual thickness of the seat just yet. I'm just going for the shape right now. So we're just going to drag this up. So this looks pretty good. And what we're going to do now is we're going to go switch to our perspective. And let's go ahead and hit Alt-X to make that solid again. And I'm going to take these corners right here. I'm just doing a Control and Marquee selection around the corners. And what I want to do is go ahead and scale them in toward one another. So let's go ahead and use our scale tool and scale this in the X and Y just to kind of round out this seat here. Okay. Now if you want, I'm going to go ahead and actually select these 2 rows on the back, just those 2 corners on the back side, and just kind of bring those down just a little bit. They got a little too high on my geometry. I'm going to do the same thing with this one. Just pull it down a little bit and then pull this one down. Okay, so this is looking pretty good. So now what we're going to do is go ahead and apply some NURMs to this just to see how this is smoothing out. So let's do use NURM subdivision, and this is smoothing out really nicely. And what I want to do from here is go ahead and create kind of like a plastic piece that's going to hold our cushion on. So we're going to actually use our polygon mode, and let's select these 2 polygons here, and we're going to hit grow. I'm going to hit it twice because I just want to select these polygons on just the bottom half. Okay, so let's go ahead and extrude this, and you'll see that it's extruding by the group again, so we need to switch this to local normal, and it's extruding really far out here. So let's take this down. We just want a little bit. We just want just enough for this cushion to sit on. So about 1.3 is okay, and we're okay with that. So let's go ahead and crease this to actually make it look like the cushion is built into the plastic itself. So let's go to our edge mode, and we'll select this edge right here, and we're going to hit loop, and we're going to use that crease, take that up. So now we look like we have a plastic piece that is really holding on to this cushion here. So it's nice and neat here. So let's turn off edge mode so we can really see that. If you want, I can see it's a little not quite smooth enough yet, so if you want to add some more resolution you can, or you can bump up the iterations, whatever you want to do. I'm just going to bump up the iterations to 2 here. Now I want to make this cushion nice and textured, so I'm going to go to my polygon mode, and I'm going to select all the polygons on the front here. Now I can control click this, or I could have selected those 2 polygons in the middle and hit grow 1 time. That's really up to you. So I'm going to use my extrude tool, and I'm going to hit the settings box, and I want to change this from local normal to actually by polygon. So now we get this nice and neat textured look here. So we'll take this extrusion down a little bit. I don't want it to be quite that much. If you like that look, you can go for it. But I'm just going to go ahead and keep it down to about 0.8 and hit OK on this. Alright, so there's our seat that we've got going on here. If you want to add some more resolution, or if you want to do something to this, you're more than welcome to. So that is our seat that we've just created, and that is a really effective way to create something like this using what's called the box modeling technique. Now in the next lesson, what we're going to do is go ahead and build the springs for our seat, for this seat to actually sit on. In this lesson, we're going to build these seat springs for our bicycle seat. So in the last lesson we built our bicycle seat, and we need to go ahead and create the seat springs for this. Now we're going to use the same technique that we used for the handlebars, so let's get right into that. Let's go ahead and go to our Create panel, and we're going to go to Shapes, and we're going to create a line and just basically trace out these shapes here. So let's go ahead and turn off Auto Grid, and let's create this shape here. And I'm going to click a couple of points, and I'm just going to end right up in here. Okay, so I'm going to right click and end that, and let's go ahead and reshape that line. So let's right click to end the line creation process, and let's go to our Modify panel and Vertex mode, and convert those to convert them to Bezier corner. Let's kind of move this one point down here. And let's adjust this line. We're just trying to trace this the best we can. And if we need to, let's go ahead and hit wireframe so we can see our line. And I want this to come right up underneath this seat spring, or underneath this seat here. So let's go ahead and do this too. Let's just try to follow this the best we can. I'll pull that vertex down just a little bit. And I'm actually going to go ahead and convert this to Bezier corner just to make sure that that line is very, very smooth. Okay, that's good enough. So let's go ahead and create another line for this seat spring. And we're just going to start right about here. And we'll come up to this bend, and then we'll end right up in here. So let's right click on that to end that line process, and let's go to Vertex mode. And we're going to convert these over to Bezier corner and just reshape these. So if we need to, hit wireframe and adjust that line accordingly. And I'm going to go ahead and bring this vertex. Let me hit undo one time. Let me select just this vertex. I'm going to bring this right down here just to make this even with my other seat spring. Okay, so then let's grab this one and adjust this spring, or adjust the line there. Do the same thing here. And the other side of our edge, our line here. Okay, so we've got our seat spring paths set up here. So let's go ahead and get our seat spring's shape. So let's go to our Create panel and Rectangle. And we're just going to create just a rectangle about this proportion here, to where it's going to be wider on the top and the bottom, and just really thin as it goes along this path here. Okay, so what we're going to use is the Loft tool. So let's go to our Create panel and our Geometry, and make sure that you're under the Compound Objects, and here you can see Loft. Now before we choose Loft, let's actually select our path and then choose Loft. Okay, so let's go ahead and hit Get Shape, and we'll select this rectangle here. And what you'll notice is that our rectangle, let's go to our perspective, is actually on its side. So what we need to do is actually rotate that rectangle. So here you can see this green object here. That is our shape of this loft. So let's go to our Modify panel, and we'll expand this, and we'll go to Shape, and we'll select that and rotate it 90 degrees. Now make sure that your angle snapping is on so you can actually get this to 90 degrees. Okay, so let's make sure this is flat underneath our seat. That looks good. Okay, so let's go ahead and do the same thing. Let's turn off Shape here, and let's select our other path and use that Compound Objects Loft. We'll Get Shape and choose our shape, and again we've got that same problem. So we see this green shape at this end. So we're going to go ahead and go to our Modify panel and expand this and go to Shape. We're going to choose that shape and rotate this 90 degrees. Okay, there we go. This looks really good. We might have to do a little bit of reshaping with our line because we don't want this to interpenetrate. So let's go to our front view, and I'm going to hit Z so this zooms in on it really nicely. Let's turn off Shape for our loft so we can actually select that line. So let's hit F3 so we can see our wireframe, and there's our line right there. And let's go ahead and go to Vertex mode, and hit F3 so you can actually see the vertex. And let's drag this vertex down to where it just basically meets right up along the bottom here. So this is following along really, really nicely. If you need to make any adjustments, you can. And if there's just a little bit of interpenetration, it's not a big deal. Alright, so let's go ahead and go to our perspective view, and let's hit F3 to go to our shaded view here. And now we need to go ahead and apply NURMs to these objects to smooth them out really nicely. So I'm going to select this object, and I'm going to convert it to an editable poly and apply NURMs. So again, we need to add that resolution. So let's go to our our edge mode, and we'll go to edit and swift loop. We'll just add a couple of segments on the sides here, and then we'll also add them on the ends to make this really nice and square. Remember that even on hard surface geometry, very few surfaces just have absolutely sharp corners, okay, unless they're absolutely made that way. Okay, like a knife is crafted that way to have a really sharp point on it. Okay, so let's select our next object and apply NURBS to it as well. And we need to go ahead and convert it to an editable poly. And we'll activate NURBS, and we're going to use that Swift tool again to create that resolution. So by now you should be really aware of where to put resolution on any piece of geometry, and you should be able to get the hang of this pretty quickly. So you guys should be really good masters at this here. So the final thing that we need to do for our seat spring is actually cut the holes out of this top seat spring here. So the way we're going to do this is we're going to go to our Create panel, and we're going to go to Standard Primitives, and we're going to create a couple of cylinders. So let's go to our top view, and I'm going to go ahead and turn on Auto Grid because I want these cylinders to draw right on this geometry here. So I'm going to click and hold, just get a good width here for my holes, and I'm going to drag up my height here, and I'll click a point, and we'll go to Perspective, and let's go ahead and make this a little higher. Okay, so we need to take our height up because what we want is the cylinder to really penetrate through our geometry here. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to hit T on our keyboard, and we're going to go ahead and hold down Shift and drag out a couple more. So I'm going to do 3 and hit OK, and these are going to be my holes that are going to be cut through my spring. So I'm going to hit P on my keyboard to go to my perspective view. Now let's drag these down, making sure that they are really in there. Okay. Now what I want to do is I want to cut all 4 of these out of this seat spring at the same time. So let's select just one of these, and we're going to convert it to an editable poly. And I'm going to actually make these 4 into one object. So I'm going to use my attach and make all 4 cylinders one single object. Okay, they are 4 different elements, but they're still one object. Okay, so now let's go ahead and select our seat spring, and we're going to go to our Create panel, and then to Compound Objects, and we're going to use the ProBoolean operation here. Now ProBoolean, if we look at our parameters, it has several different operations that we can use. We could use union to where it would actually unite these 4 cylinders to this piece of geometry. We could use intersection to where wherever these objects are intersecting, so inside this geometry at the cylinders is what would be left. We have subtraction where we can actually subtract shapes from another shape, so that's what we're going to do in this case. We also have merge and attach and insert, but we're not really going to go into too much depth with those. So we're just going to do a subtraction here, and we're going to do start picking. Now seeing how we've attached all 4 of these together into one object, we only have to choose one of these cylinders. So now that has been cut out of our seat spring, and this is looking really, really good here. So let's go ahead and turn off start picking, and now we've got our geometry for our seat spring well, actually both pieces of geometry for our seat spring here. Alright, so we finished this up. So what we're going to do in the next scene, or in the next lesson, is create the front screen of our bicycle. In this lesson, we're going to build out the front screen accessory for our concept bicycle. Okay, so the way I want to do this is I want to go ahead and use a spline to trace this screen out, this front piece here. And I want to go ahead and hide my pivot points and my handlebars and my frame because they're just kind of in the way. So let's just do hide selection. And I'm going to go to my create panel. And I'm going to go to shapes and choose my line tool and just trace this out. Now the way I have this designed is I'm just going to trace around this, and I actually have, it's kind of like a shield if you want to think of it that way. So I'm going to click a point here and then make sure I click one point here. And we'll come down here to this bend and then end at the first vertex. So we'll close this spline. Now what I want to do now is go ahead and shape out this spline here. Let me go ahead and change the color here so we can see this a little easier. So let's go to vertex mode and convert to Bezier corner, and let's go ahead and shape this out pretty quickly. And I'm going to go down here and adjust this shape. Now whenever we get up to this vertex here, this is going to seem like a shield here, so we're going to have, it's going to kind of come to a point right here, but we can't really deal with that in the front view just yet. Okay, so we're just going to get an initial shape here, and then let's go ahead and move on up to our actual left view. So we'll hit L on the keyboard and Z to show our line, and what we have is just a flat line, so we need to bring this over to create our 3D spline cage. Okay, so let's go to perspective. And I want to grab just these points here and just kind of drag these off to the left. Or, I'm sorry, to the right. It would be the left here. So let's go to our left view. And let's pull this off to the right here. And we're going to go ahead and reshape this. So let's select just this vertex here. Select the Z and Y axis here. And we're going to hit X. And we're going to pull this handle down and make this a really sharp corner. So it's almost like a shield. So let's pull this handle out, and we're going to do the same thing here and down here as well. And let's actually pull this off to the left a little bit here. And I'm going to convert this to a Bezier just for right now to smooth this out. So that way it's a nice, neat shape there. So let's go to our top view, because whenever we're working with splines, we need to make sure that we check all three, top, front, and left view. And let's go ahead and go back to our top. I rotated on accident. And here we've got our front line here, and we have our shield started. So what we need to do now is actually build some geometry across the front. So let's go ahead and use our refine tool to do that. So with vertex mode turned on, we're going to do connect and linear, and we're going to do refine. So let's just click this point here across to this point and right click. And we're going to do the same thing here. Now we don't have a vertex here, but we can still create a new one. And there we go. So now what we can do is go ahead and reshape this a little bit more, so we can convert this to a Bezier corner and pull this out a little bit in the X just to give that a little more bubble there. And I don't actually want to pull it out that far. Let's actually hit X on our keyboard to hide that Z axis so I don't pick that by accident. And let's do the same thing here. Let's pull this handle, let's right click Bezier corner and pull this handle up. Alright, so now let's go ahead and do a mirror on this to get the other side of our screen. So let's go to our mirror, and right now that looks right, so let's hit OK on this. and it's mirrored the other side. So let's go ahead and apply our surface modifier. Now before we can do that, I know we're getting pretty early into the lesson. We need to go ahead and attach this side here. So let's go to attach and attach this other line so we have this entire object. And turn off attach, and remember we need to weld these vertices along the center line. Remember it has 12 vertices here. If we hit weld, it now has 10, so we got rid of 2 extra vertices there. Alright, so let's turn off vertex mode and let's apply that surface modifier. So we'll go down to surface, and that has been applied. So here is our screen for this. Now what I want to do is go ahead and give this a little bit of depth, because if I go ahead and render this, let me do a quick render, you'll notice that we don't see any of the polygons that we have in our viewport. Let me just kind of squish this down a little bit so we can see this a little bit better. You'll notice that we can't see these polygons here, okay, because these are the back sides of polygons. So if we do a shell modifier to this object, we can actually create polygons on the back side as well as the front side. So let's hit this drop down box and let's go to shell, and you'll see that it gives it a little bit of thickness. And if we do a quick render, we can now see the back sides of those polygons. So we actually have a full three-dimensional shape here. Now what I want to do is take my outer amount, I want to bring that down because I don't want that to be so thick there. So this is pretty good. Alright, so we've built the screen for our bicycle. Let's go ahead and unhide our selections that we had before. And at this point we may have to go ahead and adjust the lines or the screen here because it's clipping through our handlebars. Okay, so we can go ahead and do that editing. So let's go to our vertex mode and make sure that we do show end results so we can see what we're doing. And let's go to our front view, and I just want to select this vertex right here. So let's hit F3 on our keyboard. So we go to wireframe, so let's select that vertex and hit X on the keyboard because we hid those constraints. And let's pull this down in the Y. Hit F3 just to check that. It's looking pretty good. We've got a little bit of interpenetration going through there. We can adjust that as needed. And we've got a lot going right here. So let's select those and hit F3 and go to our perspective view. And what I want to do here is actually just pull these forward in the X direction, and that'll take care of that. Okay. Alright, so let's take care of that little bit of interpenetration right there. So let's select that vertex, and let's grab this handle and drag it down in the Y just a little bit, and do the same thing with this one. Alright, so now we've got this object, this front screen to our bicycle, and we've just created the first accessory part to our bicycle. Now what we're going to do in the next lesson is we're going to finish out the major parts by creating our pedals, and then we'll create the connectors to the actual pedals themselves. In this lesson we're going to create the pedals for our concept bicycle. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to create the pedals here, and I'm going to create them in a little different way. We're going to actually use NURBS to create this pedal. Now when I say NURBS, I'm talking about non-uniform rational B-splines. Okay, so let's go ahead and get right into this. So let's go ahead and go to our perspective view, and in our reference image we really don't have much to go on with our pedals, so we kind of have to get a little bit creative with the actual shape of these pedals. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually go to my create panel, and I'm going to go ahead and use NURBS curves. Okay, and what I want to use is a point curve here, and I'm going to go to my top view. And what we're going to do is just kind of draw out a shape for our pedals. So I'm just going to click and drag points here, and I'm just going to get a rough shape. Okay, I'm not looking for anything very specific, so I'm just clicking points, and you'll notice that it's staying very, very round. Okay, so let's go ahead and get this shape. So I've created something that looks pretty close to like an eggplant. If you want to go with a shape like that, you're more than welcome to. So what I'm going to do is go ahead and go to my Modify panel and expand this NURB curves. Now what I can do is actually adjust the points, and I can also adjust the curves here. But I'm just going to adjust the points just like we have been doing with like our splines. So I'm going to grab a point, I'm going to move it down, and just adjust this shape. Now whenever we're working with NURBs, we just want to get an overall shape at first, and then we'll move these points to get our actual shape. So it's kind of like just putting paint on a canvas, and then you go ahead and you make some of the finer details after you've got the base colors down. Okay, so let's go ahead and shape this up, and we're getting pretty close to a shape that I'm pretty happy with here. I don't want to go with a standard bike pedal, and I definitely don't want it to make it look like an eggplant. That was totally by accident there. So let's go ahead and pull this over a little bit and this down, and I think I'm happy with this shape here. It's a little more square, but it's got a little bit of shape to it. I think it might have a little bit too much bend, so I'm going to go with this here. Alright, so now let's go ahead and actually build a pedal out of this. So we've built a spline, or not a spline, I'm sorry, a NURBS curve here. And what I want to do is actually copy this. So I'm going to bring this down. I'm going to hold Shift and copy. Oh, let me turn off points there. Let me hold Shift and copy this. And hit OK. And what I'm doing here is I'm getting the top part of my pedal and the bottom part of my pedal here. And I want to go ahead and take this shape here and scale it holding down Shift. And I'm going to create basically the inner part of this pedal. I want to give it a little bit of a groove to go with. Okay, so I'm going to grab this one, hold Shift, and just bring this down a little bit and hit OK. And this is going to be kind of like the flat side to this groove pedal. I'm going to hold Shift one time, or I'm sorry, grab Scale and hold Shift. Drag this outward to give this a little bit of depth. And then I'm going to drag this one up. So I'm going to hold Shift and copy this one straight up. So I'm going to hit OK on this. Alright, now I know this is very, very confusing right now, but it'll all make sense whenever I start connecting the points here. So with NURBS, we're kind of creating those 3D cages, but they're very, very curvy. Okay, we're not doing a whole lot of editing with like handles that like we've been using with splines. And you'll notice that this NURBS toolbox had popped up whenever I started working with NURBS curves. And it gives me different options in this toolbox. But what I want to work with right now is I want to actually create a surface from these NURB curves. So I'm going to use what's called a U-Loft surface. So I'm going to turn this on here. And the way this works is we will go ahead and start out with a spline, and we're just going to go right here in order. So we're going to start out with this inner one at the top. We'll click on that one time, and then we'll go down to the next one in line, and you'll see that a surface has started been created here. And now I want to go over to this line here, and then I'll go up to this one. So you can see how it's kind of making a U shape there. And then I'm going to go to this NURBS curve here. And now we're starting to get the top portion of our pedal. And then we're going to go down to this one. And this builds the side of our pedal. Okay? Now you'll notice that whenever we use this U-Loft, we have a cap or a hole that we need to cap on the top and the bottom here. But most importantly, you really notice the topology on this and how it's very, very scattered. And NURBS is something that 3ds Max has some trouble with just the topology. So what we want to do is I just wanted to show you how we can use NURBS for this. And I'm going to go ahead and use this for the foot pedal. Now I need to go ahead and cap off the tops here. So I'm going to right click one time because I'm still under the U-Loft tool. So I'm going to right click and end that. And I'm going to go to the Create Cap Surface. So with that turned on, we're going to click on this line here, and that will create a cap. And we're going to click on this bottom line and create a cap that way. So now we've got something like a bike pedal. So let's right click to end that cap surface, and let's go ahead and close our NURBS tools. And you'll notice that we have our bike pedal, and this is very, very large. So what we can do at this point is go ahead and scale this down. So I'm going to scale this down, and I'm going to kind of move this into position as if it's going to be attached to my bicycle. Okay, so let's go to our top view. Just kind of line that up a little bit if we can. Get about the width that I want away from my bicycle frame. Pull this down. Just try to get this in line as best as possible. Let me pull this away just a little bit. And now the way I'm going to work this in the next lesson is I'm going to actually go ahead and attach our inner sprocket to our pedal. So I'm going to actually extrude these polygons to connect to this pedal here. Alright, so that's what we'll do in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to actually build the crank arm to our sprocket. Okay, so we built the pedal in our last lesson, and we need to go ahead and build the crank arm coming off of this sprocket here. So let's go ahead and go to our perspective view, and I want to select this object. Now what I want to do is actually extrude these polygons here and make them meet up at this point, but I want to give it a nice curve here. So we've already used this tool once, and we're going to use the extrude along spline. So let's go to our create panel, and we're going to go to shapes or splines here, and we're going to create a line that's coming out of this here and connecting up to our pedal. So let's go to our left view just so we can see that. And I don't know exact placement, so I'm just going to get kind of close here. And we're going to click a vertex, and I'll click one out here, and one up here, and then one ending at my pedal. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and curve this out. So let's go to our modify panel and go to vertex mode. Let me change the color of that line so we can see it a little bit easier. There we go, so you can see that path now. So let's select these verts and go ahead and change them over to Bezier corner and get them nice and smooth. Make sure we're on our move tool so we can actually move those handles. Let's curve this out. Okay. It's going to be kind of a sharper curve here. And then we'll make this curve right into our pedal. Alright, so what I want to do is actually move this out a little bit more. So let me move my pedal out just a little and select my line, and that gives me a little bit more room to work here. I'm not really happy with just how that line is shaped. So this is looking a little better. I'm a little happier with this here. Okay, so now what we're going to do is move this line into place. So let's go to our perspective view, and let's go ahead and turn off vertex mode, move this straight back in the Z, and I'm just trying to see if this is going to match up okay. Alright, just kind of getting a visual of how this is going to look. Now I'm kind of seeing a little bit of a pinch right here along that vertex. Let me just switch this over to Bezier so that I make sure that that's really nice and smooth there. Okay, so let's go ahead and select our sprocket, and we're going to go to polygon mode, and we're going to select these 4 polygons right in here. And we're going to do extrude along spline. So let's go ahead and use the extrude along spline tool. It's going to bring up our caddy, and we're just going to hit pick spline and choose our spline here. And we're going to hit OK in just a minute. Let's actually check to see how this shape looks. And what I want to do is actually taper this off at this end. So I'm going to use my taper amount and take that down a little bit. Not quite that far though. So this is being very, very sketchy whenever I'm trying to drag this. So I'll do like 0.4. That looks pretty good to me. So I'm going to hit OK on that. Actually, let's go ahead and add another segment in there just to really tighten that up. And now let's hit OK on this. Okay, so what I need now is I need this to be a little more round because I need a cylinder to fit inside of that to connect to this pedal. So I'm going to select these polygons and scale them up. Scale them in the Z a little bit. So that's starting to round it out quite a bit. And I also want to do that to the next set of edges. So I'm going to grab these verts right here. Scale them up in the Z. And I think their width is okay. Maybe pull it out in the X just a little bit. Okay, so let's go ahead and grab this end and just pull it out in the Z direction here just a little bit more. Alright, that looks pretty good to me. So I should be able to fit a cylinder right into that, and it's going to attach really nicely to my pedal. Okay, so let's go ahead and turn off vertex mode. And I'm going to go ahead and grab a cylinder primitive under geometry. And let's go ahead and create that cylinder right on this surface. So let's go to Auto Grid and create this here. And you'll notice that it kind of creates it off at an angle. I'm going to rotate this back down just to make this nice and straight. Let's go to our left view here. Hit L on the keyboard, and I'm going to hit Z to zoom in on this really quickly. And if you're having some trouble trying to get this straight, you'll notice that our snapping is on. Let's just go ahead and turn that off. Let's just straighten this up the best that we can here. And that's getting pretty close there. So now we can go ahead and pull this inside of our crank arm here. And we're going to go ahead and thin this out. So let's go ahead to our radius and pull this down a little bit. And that looks pretty good. So now let's go ahead and take our height up. And then we're going to grab our pedal and line it up to our swivel here. Go to perspective, and I want to pull this forward here. Alright, so that's fitting really, really nicely. Now I'm not going to do anything to that swivel there. I'm just going to change it to that black color, just so it matches the rest. Let's go ahead and do this. Black, and apply that gray material, just so it matches the rest. I don't want to forget about that. Okay, so now that we've built that, you can go ahead and do the same thing and build the other side. So in the next lesson, you can go ahead and finish that up in between. So in the next lesson, what we're going to do is actually add the frame pieces to our bicycle frame. In this lesson, we're going to build the frame accents to our bicycle frame. Okay, so we've finished up quite a bit of this bike, and I just want to go ahead and just finish off these details on the frame, and then we're going to finish up the handbrakes in a later lesson. So let's go ahead and start out with this. What we want to do is actually use some existing geometry on our frame to create these frame accents. So what I'm going to do is actually make a copy of my frame, or clone the object, and I can do this by hitting Control and V on my keyboard. And this will bring up our clone options, and I'm going to hit OK. So I've got two different frames here. Let me just move that up so you can see it, and undo that move. And what we can do is go ahead and convert this over to an editable poly so we can access the polygons of this piece of geometry. Now, because this was made from splines, we cannot access polygons that way. So that's why we need to actually convert it. So let's right-click, Convert to Editable Poly. Now you'll see that we have a ton of topology, a ton of polygons to deal with. So what we want to do is actually hit Undo one time, and we need to decrease that surface amount. Okay, so we'll see surface over here in our modifier stack, and we'll click on that, and you'll see that our patch topology is 20 steps. So that's the amount of iterations to get this really smooth. So let's go ahead and take this down to 5, and you'll see that that got a little rougher there. So it's not as smooth as our original bike frame, but that's okay. We're only going to use a few amount of pieces on it. So let's go ahead and convert this to an editable poly. And now we have this topology that we can really work with. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to select some polygons for this front part of our accent, and then we're going to select a couple of others back here to give us the other accents on our bike. So let's actually switch our marquee selection to a lasso selection to where we can actually just draw this out. So I'm going to click and hold, and I'm just going to draw my selection on these polygons, just trying to be careful going through this and just drawing. And if I get any polygons by accident, I can always deselect those, so it's not a big deal. Okay, and you know what? I didn't actually access polygon mode, so I didn't select any polygons whatsoever. So let's actually go to polygon mode and try that one more time. So let's draw around this. And there we go. So we've got those polygons selected. And what I want to do now is go ahead and extract these polygons. So let's hold down Shift and drag those polygons up with our Move tool. And we're going to make this its own object. So we're going to call this frame underscore accent underscore A. So we'll hit OK. So we have this one. So let's go ahead and get the rest of them. So let's just do this one here. Just going to draw a line through that set of polygons and hold down Shift and move those up. And I'm going to call this frame accent B. And one more back here. Hold Shift and drag this up and call this frame accent C. Alright, so now we've got these three different pieces. So now what we can do is we can throw away the rest of this frame because we don't need this any longer. So we're going to delete that. Well, let's turn off polygon, then delete it. So now we have our frame accent piece. So let's go ahead and reshape this a little bit so we can shape this to our frame. Okay, so let's drag this down a little bit onto our frame again. And what I want to do is just reshape this end here. So what I'm going to do is go basically vertex by vertex, just kind of reshaping this a little bit. This is one of those tedious things that we need to do whenever just reshaping geometry, getting it to the right look that we're looking for. Sometimes we have to go vertex by vertex and just really select or really adjust these details. So this line is a little wonky there. I just want to straighten it up, make it look nice and smooth. There we go. Now I'm not going to worry about these here. It's not really that big a deal. But what I am going to do is I'm going to go ahead and turn on NURMS very quickly. So let's go to NURMS. And we're going to go to vertex mode. Oop, try that again. And I'm going to select these verts right here along this bin and pull them up. And you'll see that we start to get this kind of shark fin shape here. So I'm going to pull these up and keep going on just this one row. So we've got kind of a neat shape going on here with our first frame accent. So I'm going to go ahead and stick with that. Now what I am going to do is I'm going to go ahead and turn off NURMS because I need to add a shell modifier to give this some depth. So let's go ahead and turn those off. And we're going to get that weird shape, but don't worry, we're going to get this back. So we're going to go to our modifier list, and we're going to go to shell. And I just want to give this a little bit of depth here. Make sure that it's touching my frame still. And that looks good. And now what I'm going to do is actually collapse this shell into my frame accent. So I'm going to right click on my object and convert to editable poly. So that way my shell is now collapsed or baked into this object. Okay. So let's go ahead and turn on NURMS. And now we have this smooth frame accent. Let's go ahead and turn our iterations up. I'll go to 3 on this just to make this really nice and smooth here. Okay, so that's our first accent frame, and that's looking really good. And what I need to do next is actually raise this frame accent up over our spring here. So let's go to vertex mode. And I'm just going to select these right along in here. And I don't want to grab any extras, so let's go to edge mode. Well, let's go to polygon mode. This will be easy. Let's select these 4 right here and drag these up. And then I'm going to take these 2 right here, drag these up just a little bit higher, and take this one edge right here in the middle and pull it down. So that way it looks like it's fitting right underneath or right over the top of this this seat spring here. Let's pull these 2 down just a little bit. And I'm going to take this edge and pull it up, okay, just so it's not interpenetrating through here. Do the same thing on this side. So now that looks like it fits right in there. Okay, so I'm pretty happy with that. So let's go ahead and deal with these the exact same way. So let's go ahead and do any reshaping that we need to do. And I'm going to take this edge right on top, just kind of push it down a little bit just to make it a little more flat. And let's go ahead and add that shell modifier. And I'm okay with the thickness on that. And I'm going to actually move this object down just a little bit, just so it's fitting right on top of that frame at just the endpoints here. I can also reshape this as I need to. So now let's go ahead and actually collapse that shell into our editable poly just like we did before. So right click, convert to editable poly. So now our shell is part of our editable poly object. And let's go ahead and convert this to NURBS. Take our iterations up to 3 just to give it a really nice smooth look. And I'm going to go to edge mode. Or actually, let's go to polygon mode just like we did before. And I'm going to select both sides here. Do these 4. And if you can't see them, just hit F3 to go to wireframe. And you can do it that way. F3. Drag this up. Okay, make sure that this is fitting nice and neat here. And let's grab these 2, pull them down just a little bit so they fit right on top of that piece of geometry. I'm going to grab this one edge right here in the center, pull it straight down. So now it lays nice and flat right on there. Okay. Alright, so now the next one we're just going to do it the exact same way, except we're not going to have to reshape this. So all we need to do is apply our shell modifier and then collapse it, so convert to editable poly. And then I'm going to use my NURBS to smooth it out and just bump that up to 3. So now I've got these pieces of geometry or accents here. And if I want to, I can go to polygon mode. And if I want to make these a little thicker, I can do that. So I can just select these here. Just going to leave the outside one. And I can just raise these up here just to make that a little bit thicker if I want to do that. And I think I'm going to do that. It looks pretty good. So let's just do that really quickly. So we're just selecting these polygons just to add a little bit more appeal to these frame accents. I think they look pretty good thick. Okay. And this one I think I'm going to leave it the way it is. I'm pretty happy with the way it is. So I just want to add a little bit of thickness there. Okay, so in this lesson we've created our frame accents, and we're going to move on into the next lesson where we start to build our brakes for this concept bike. In this lesson we're going to start building the parts to our brake system and modify our bike to accommodate some of those parts. So let's go ahead and start in with this. Let's build this brake system that we have right here at the front of our fender. And you'll notice that our fender is coming pretty close to our tire, so we really don't have a whole lot of room that we can work here. So what I want to do is actually just kind of modify our fender here. And in a previous lesson we have grouped this together. And what I want to do is actually go ahead and ungroup those, just because it's a little easier to work with them as individuals. And at this point I've got an FFD modifier on this, our surface modifier, and we have our line here. Now I think I'm pretty happy with the shape of these, so I really don't need all of this anymore. So what I'm going to do is actually convert this over to an editable patch. And you'll notice that our shape stays the same and our topology stays the same, but now we have even more control over these objects because we can select the vertices, the handles, any edges, polygons, or elements of this object. Okay, and we're going to do the same thing to this one, so we're going to right click on it, convert to editable patch. So what I'm going to do is go ahead and go to vertex mode and just select the vertices on the end and just move these back a little bit. Okay, and I'm going to do the same thing to this guy here, and let's just move this back just to give us some room here, because there's going to be a cap that fits right on the end of our fender, and we also are going to have a little bit of mechanics going on in here for our brake system. So what I'm going to do is just kind of modify this a little bit, just kind of make this a little bit skinnier. Now we are kind of getting a little bit off of our reference image, and that's okay because we only need a reference image when we first start building. Okay, once we've got a lot of the major mass down, that reference image starts to become a little less needed. So just to remember that whenever you're working inside of 3D space. So let's go ahead and turn this off, and what I want to do is just kind of inspect my fender and just look at the thickness on it. And I'm going to have this cylinder capping this end, and you'll notice that this is very close to the forks themselves, and I don't want that cylinder covering up my forks. So what I'm going to do is go to vertex mode, and I'm just going to select all of these vertices on the end and scale them in. So let me go ahead and grab my X and my Z, scale this in, make it a little bit skinnier. Okay, and we're going to do the same thing for this top part of our fender. Select these verts here, and I'm just going to scale these in the Y. And let me grab those, there we go. Okay, making sure that we're keeping a lot of this shape here, and I just want to accommodate for that cylinder to be built right on top of there. Okay, so let's go ahead and turn off vertex mode, and let's go ahead and create a cylinder to cap this off here. So I'm going to turn off auto grid and just create a cylinder. I'm not worried about the size or anything like that just yet, and I'm just going to go ahead and position this in my front view first. Yeah, this is pretty small, so we're going to go ahead and we're going to size that up whenever we get there. And I'm going to rotate this, turn on my angle snap, and just kind of rotate this to where it gets to about the same angle as our fender on the end of that. And let's go ahead and go to our modify panel and take our radius up. And let's go ahead and give this a little bit of height. And now I'm going to go ahead and position this to fit right on my fender. Let's go to our perspective. You'll see that it's way off to the left here, or the bike's left. Okay. And let's go ahead and put this right in there. And we could scale this and make it fit in there. So this is looking okay to me. Pretty happy with that shape. So let's go ahead and I'm going to scale this a little bit. So I'm going to right click on it, convert it to an editable poly, because I'm going to also apply some smoothing to this as well. But I'm going to go ahead and scale it in the Y. Okay, just to kind of make it fit inside those forks. Okay, this is looking really good. Let's go ahead and apply those NURMs to smooth this out, because again, we really can't have any hard edges on any type of mechanics, even something that's designed to have some hard surface edges. They have a little bit of smoothing on them. So let's go ahead and create that resolution to tighten up that. And what we're going to do is go to polygon mode and select these end polygons. And we're going to do an inset just to tighten up this side. So we'll do an inset. We'll take the amount down a little bit. Go to like 0.4 or whatever. And let's go ahead and add one more iteration to this just to smooth it out really nice and neat. Okay, so we've got that piece. And what I want to do now is go ahead and build like a box that's going to act as our kind of like a pulley arm to actually close the brakes. Okay, now we're not going to be animating this or anything like that. That's just for show. So let's go ahead and right click on this and hide it. And let's go ahead and build a box right on the end of this. So let's go to Box and turn on Auto Grid, just so we can build right on top of this cylinder. I'm just going to click and drag a box, really not worrying about the proportions just yet, because I can deal with that here in just a minute. So let's go ahead and push this back in a Z. Now, if you're wondering how the Move tool is being is kind of in this diagonal fashion, we have our local reference coordinate system activated. So if you hit this drop down box, you're used to seeing view. So if we switch this to local, it'll switch to the local direction of the object. Okay. Now what I want to do now is go ahead and align this box to our cylinder. So we're going to use our Align tool and click on our cylinder. And let's go ahead and just check the X and Y position, and we're going to do center to center. Okay. Hit OK on that. And let's go ahead and smooth this out, use NURBS. So we need to convert it to an editable poly. Scroll down to NURBS. Okay, and again, add that resolution really quickly. So we'll do this on both sides here, and then we'll go around the top just to make this look nice and clean here. Okay, so we've got this. So let's go ahead and actually unhide the rest of our geometry. And we've got these objects here, and we've got plenty of room to be working. And what I want to do now is extract the geometry for our brakes from this tire and then connect that to those brake parts. So let's do that. So let's select our tire here and go to polygon mode. And I'm just going to select basically these 4 polygons right here that line up right to my brake system. Okay, let's go to front view and just check that alignment. And I'm pretty happy with that. And yeah, we'll go with this. This is okay. And what I want to do is go ahead and extract these polygons. So let's hold down Shift and move this out. Okay, we're going to clone this to its own object. So let's make this brake pad. And we'll hit OK. Okay, let's turn off polygon mode and actually select our brake pad. So what we need to do now is give this just a little bit of thickness. So let's go to our polygon mode and extrude this. Now, if you'll remember from a previous lesson, if we extrude something that's flat, this extracted geometry, we've got to watch out for that back side of this geometry. So let's go ahead and turn off polygon and grab our Move tool. Now you'll notice that our Move tool is way over here. We can actually center this up on our object if we need to. So let's go to our Hierarchy panel, Effect Pivot Only, and Center to Object. So let's go ahead and turn off that Effect Pivot Only, and now our Move tool is right on our object, so it's easier to control. So you'll see the back sides here, it's open. So what we need to do is go ahead and close that up. So let's go to Edge Mode, and let's go ahead and select this edge and this edge. And before we move on, let me go ahead and turn off NURBS just to make this a little bit easier to see and understand. So we're going to select these 2 edges, and we're going to use that Bridge tool to bridge that gap, but we're going to hit the Settings box this time, and you'll notice that it just bridges it with a single polygon, and we've got a little bit of a hole here. So we need to make sure that we add a segment to match up with this segment in the middle and down the front. So we're going to do 2, and we're just going to hit OK. Now we're going to weld that together, but we're going to do that in just a minute. So let's select these 2 edges. And because we've already applied some settings to our bridge, we can just hit Bridge once, and it will go ahead and add that segment there. Okay, so it saves those settings. So let's go ahead and go to Vertex mode, and let's weld these points here. So let's go ahead and go to our Target Weld function under Edit Vertices. And what we're going to do with this activated is click on this vertex here, and this gives us like a rubber band, and it's waiting for us to actually pick another vertex. So let's go ahead and pick the one we want to combine it to or weld it to, and it will go ahead and snap itself to it. So let's do the same thing up here and click on this second vert, and there we go. So let's right click to end that target weld function there. Let's go ahead and reapply our NURBS and add that resolution to square this up. So we're going to use that Swift Loop tool. I'm going to do 1 on each end, and then I'm also going to do a loop down the center here on each side. Okay, so let's turn off vertex mode and go ahead and align that up there. So let's push this over. We don't want to put it right on the tire. We'll just leave it right at this point. We don't want it to be braked all the time. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to finish this up in the next lesson by building out the connecting pieces to our brake system, and then we'll also start into building the actual handbrake on our handlebars. In this lesson, we're going to finish building the brake system parts and start working on the brake handles. So let's go ahead and build the arms that are going to connect the brake system to our brake pad here. And what I want to do is actually go to my Create panel and use a plane to build this arm here. So I'm going to make sure that I have my auto grid feature turned on so I can draw right on top of this geometry. So I'm going to click and drag a plane in, and I'm going to give it kind of a thickness. And I'm going to right click one time to end that process. So let's go ahead and go to our wireframe view. So let's hit F3. And what I want to do is rotate this to line it up with our brake system and our brake pad. So let's go to our rotate tool and make sure angle snapping is turned on and just rotate this, let's say 30 degrees. So that looks pretty good there. And I'm going to go to my modify panel and I'm going to just adjust my length a little bit, make this a little bit skinnier, and adjust my width to make it a little shorter. And that looks okay there. And let's go ahead and turn off wireframe. Let's go back to our shaded view, just hitting F3 on the keyboard. And we're going to go to perspective. And what I want to do is go ahead and convert this over to an editable poly. And I just want to shape this up here. So I'm going to grab this edge and I'm going to move it to where it matches right up with my system here, my brake system. And I'm going to push this one in just a little bit and pull these out just to kind of round this shape out. Okay, as if it's wrapping around our wheel here. I'm going to grab this one and actually just pull it in the X. Now you'll notice that our move tool is off in this diagonal direction again. Just make sure that you're in your local coordinate system whenever working with diagonal directions like this. Okay. Alright, so let's go ahead and add some thickness to this, and we could extrude this if we want, like we did the brake pad, but what I want to do is just use a shell modifier. So we'll use that shell just like we did with our screen on our bike to just give that some depth and some thickness. And let's go ahead and give this a little bit more thickness. Okay, and what I'm going to do now is go ahead and collapse this shell into our editable poly. So I'm just going to right click and convert to editable poly. And now I'm going to go ahead and apply NURMS to smooth this out. And then I need to add that resolution back. So let's just go to a sub-object mode. We can go to Edge here and go to Edit, Swift Loop. Let's add that resolution around the ends like we normally do on objects like this. And we'll create some along this length here. Alright, so now what I want to do is just kind of move this around to fit my geometry a little better. And if I want to scale this to make it a little shorter, I can do that too. Okay, so this is looking pretty neat here. I like this big thick arm here for our brake pad. And let's go ahead and let's get the other side. So let's just do a mirror. And we want to go ahead and make an instance of this in case we have to change something about it. It'll change both sides. So let's hit OK and move this over to the other side. And you'll notice that we don't have our brake pad either, so let's go ahead and do the same thing. So let's mirror that, make an instance in case we have to make any changes, and we'll hit OK, and we'll just move this over to the other side. Okay, there we go. So this is looking pretty good here. Just want to check the distance here and just move that kind of closer to our wheel. Do the same thing with this one. Move this back across here. There we go. That's looking pretty good. So we have our brake system parts built here. And what I want to do is go ahead and start building this little detail along the top so we can actually connect our brake lines to it. So I'm going to grab a cylinder, and I'm going to build one right on top here. So click and drag that point there and drag that out. And let's grab our move tool and just line this up a little bit. Push this into our geometry a little. Okay, so I just want this geometry to be there, so whenever my break lines, I have something to connect to. And I can go ahead and shift and move that over to make a copy. And we're going to make an instance of this because I am going to do some reshaping to this object. Okay. So actually, let's delete this because I need to convert this to an editable poly first. This is still a cylinder, so I'm going to convert it to an editable poly. Let me try this again here. Convert to editable poly. It's kind of off my screen. I didn't want you to miss that, so I'm just converting that. And let's reshape this a little bit. So let's grab this end polygon, and what I'm going to do is push this down, and let's inset this. Not quite that much, just a little here. Hit OK, and we're going to do an extrusion. Take that height down. And you could really do any type of shape here you want. I just wanted to make this a little more interesting here. Well, so let's turn off polygon mode and shift and drag this over. And we're going to hit OK. Keep that in instance just in case we make any changes. So now we've got a place for our break lines to go. So let's go ahead and start building out the initial piece for our brake handle. So I'm going to actually switch to my left view here just so I can see the front of my bike. And I'm going to build this little box that's going to attach itself to our handlebars, and then we're going to build our brake handle into that. So let's go ahead and go to our create panel and create a box in here. I'm going to turn off that auto grid feature because I'm not going to line this up just yet. So I'm just going to create this, drag it in, and I just want to check the thickness on it, and I'm going to move this over in front of my handlebar while I'm here. And I'm going to make this a little bit thinner, so let's take our length up and take our width, well, I'll leave our width alone. Let's take our height down a little bit. So that's what I'm looking for. This is where our handlebar is going to actually attach into. So what I want to do now is go ahead and convert this to an editable poly, and I'm just going to build like a spot for this handle to build into. So let's go ahead and add some resolution to this. So I'm going to do edit swift loop. And you know what, actually I'm going to show you a different way to adding resolution. We've been using the swift loop quite a bit, and I want to show you a different way. So let's go ahead and go to edge mode, and let's select this edge right here. And we're going to hit ring so it selects all the way around. And I'm going to use a tool called connect. Okay. Now we did use this whenever we were working on our sprocket, or our spokes for our wheel. And you'll notice that it creates a segment just like we do with that swift loop. But we can actually add more segments at the same time, and this keeps things nice and even here. So if we're looking for a specific width, we can do that with the connect tool here. Now you can adjust the pinch, how wide that is. I'm going to go ahead and keep that at 0. And you can also adjust where the positioning of these objects are by using the slide. Okay, so now I'm going to hit OK. And I'm going to do this one more time here, but instead I'm just going to go ahead and use that swift loop to just add this really quickly. Okay, so we're seeing quite a bit of tools here that we could use to create some geometry. So what I want to do now is actually kind of take this polygon and push it in to make a little bit of a hole here. So let's go to polygon mode, and we're going to use extrude, but we're going to extrude in a negative direction because we're creating a hole here. Okay, I'm going to go to like -0.5, and I'm going to hit OK. Now there's a problem with this geometry. We've pushed this hole in, and we've got a polygon here, and we've got a polygon right on top of that at the top here, and this could cause some shading issues. So what I want to do is actually select these polygons on top and delete these out. So let's select these, And I'm also going to go ahead and delete this one too, because what I want to do is actually just cap this polygon. So let's go to border, select this border on top, seeing how that's an open polygon, and we're going to go ahead and hit cap. Now, in the first lesson, we talked about polygons and how we wanted to keep things in quads, and this is an n-gon here. This has got more than 4 sides to it. If you count the vertices, you can count how many sides this polygon actually is. So what we're going to do is actually cut this out into quads. So I cap this and it allows me to cut and kind of figure this out. So let's right click and cut. We're going to select this corner and cut to this vertex. So now we're separating this out into different quads here. So now what we have to deal with is this polygon and this polygon, because these are 5-sided. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 vertices here. So I could split this up really nicely by cutting an edge all the way down, underneath, and up this side. So let's use our Swift Loop tool to do that. So let's just make a loop right here. So we've got one down the side, and all we have to do now is just cut across. So what we've done here is taken a piece of geometry and we figured out how we can make it all quads. So you're going to have situations like this where you're going to have to look at the topology and just kind of do a little bit of puzzling to figure out how to create all quads out of this object. Okay, so let's go ahead and apply our NURMs, and this is going to work really nicely because we've made that all quads, and we need to add that resolution again. So let's add some resolution on each side just to square that up. And let's go around the top here. Let me hit Control Z one time. That didn't quite go all the way around. Let's do the front and the back. And I'm not able to see my cage there. Let's go to edge mode. There we go. I can see what edges I'm actually cutting on now. And let's go ahead and do this one. And around the bottom. So that way this smooths out really nice and neat here. And let's do one right across here. And we'll do another one right here. There we go. So we've taken this box and we've smoothed it out, and then we've also added some geometry to make this really nice and tight, give it a nice hard surface. Let's do another one around the bottom just to tighten that up a little bit more. Okay, so we're starting to build the brake system or finish it up, and we need to go ahead and build the handle for this object here. And so what we're going to do in the next lesson is actually build the handle for our brake system and then build the lines out, and we'll finish this brake system in the next lesson. In this lesson we're going to build the brake lines and the brake handle to completely finish our brake system. Okay, so let's go ahead and build the cable first, and this is one of those details that may take a long time if we were to take a cylinder and extrude it. But what we're going to do is actually use a similar technique that we did with the handlebars, and we're going to build a line using our splines that connects from our box where our handle is going to connect down to our brake system down here at the fender. So let's go ahead and get started with that. So first thing I want to do is actually position my brake handle box here. So let's go ahead and go to our perspective, and let's position this on our handlebars here. And what I'm going to do is go to my rotate tool, and I'm going to make sure that I'm under the local coordinate system, so it actually rotates on its local axis. So I'm going to rotate this to where it lines up to our handlebars, and I'm going to move this just to center that up on the handlebars there. So that's looking pretty good. I'm going to leave that the way it is. So let's go to our front view and draw out that line for our brake line. So let's go to our Create panel, and we're going to go to Shapes, and here's our line, and let's draw this out. So we're just going to do a rough drawing here. So I'm going to click at my box here, go to the top of my handlebars. We'll click a point down here next to the pivot, and we'll go across to our fender down at the corner of this fender, and then we'll end at the point where we wanted our brake lines to end on our brake system. So we'll click right there and right click to end that line. So let's go ahead and go to our vertex mode and select all of those verts in that. Now if you can't see it, let's hit F3 on the keyboard just to view those. And we're going to convert these over to Bezier corner. Now before we edit these, what I want to do is go ahead and turn off vertex mode and turn off wireframe. Let's hit F3 again. And let's go to perspective and just kind of pull this out. Now what I want to do at this point is go ahead and just match up these vertices here. So let's pull these out. So let's go to vertex mode. Let me actually change the color of that line so we can see it just a little bit easier. Let's go to vertex mode, and we're just going to select this vertex here and pull it over to our handle, and we'll pull this one over to our pivot. We'll go to inside of that pivot there, and we're going to pull this over to the fender just on the outside of it. Same thing with this one. And then we're going to match this one up to this piece that connects to our brake system. Okay, so that's right in there. Let's line that one up a little bit better because that one needs to fit inside of another object. There we go. Alright, so now we've got some interpenetration with our line and our geometry. So what we need to do is go ahead and just edit those vertices. So let's go one vertex at a time. So we'll select this one right here, hit F3 so you can see it. And let's adjust this line here. Make sure that we have the Y and X constraints. So we'll just click on that. And we're going to hit X to lock that. So I'm just going to move this and edit these lines all the way around to kind of match the flow of my handlebars and then as it goes down through the geometry here. So let's hit F3 so we can see this one. And we're going to give this one a bit of a curve. And I know that it's still interpenetrating. We'll fix that whenever we come to it. And let's just line this up to the rest of our geometry. Going down the side of our fender. And again, I really like to use splines on geometry like this, especially when it's very, very tedious, like wires and cables and things like that. Okay, so now we've got this. So let's go ahead and match this up to where we don't have this line interpenetrating with our geometry. So I'm going to switch to my perspective and just kind of inspect these lines as I go. So let's look at the handle here and let's actually pull this over in our left view, and actually let's hit X on our keyboard and go to our Z direction. Pull this over and hit F3 so we can see this handle. Pull this one over as well. Let's keep going there. And let's hit X and let's pull this over in the X direction a little bit. There we go. And let's do the same thing with this guy. Let's actually just pull this vertex away from the handlebars a little bit. Okay. So just go through and edit this line until we have the line to where it's not interpenetrating with any other geometry. And we just go vert by vert doing so. So I'm going to go ahead and pause the video and finish out this line. And you go ahead and do that in between. Okay, so I've gone ahead and I've just reshaped this line and changed the line to where it wasn't really penetrating with any geometry. I had to go through and kind of pull the verts just away from some of that geometry. So now we're ready to go ahead and actually build the geometry of our wire. So we can use our loft tool to do that, and we've done that in a previous lesson, so let's go ahead and do that again. So let's create a shape. So we're going to use a circle for our wire shape. We're just going to create one, pretty small here. And let's select our path of our wire. And we're going to go to Geometry. And make sure that we're under Compound Objects. And we're going to use Loft. So let's go ahead and seeing how we've got our path selected, let's hit Get Shape and choose our circle that we just created. And now we have that geometry for our wire. Now this is really thick here, so what we need to do is go ahead and adjust that thickness, and we can go to our modify panel and make sure that you are under your shapes. So we'll expand that and hit shape, and what we can get is the shape that is on the end of this geometry. So let's go ahead and hit F3 and grab our scale tool, and if you'll click right on the end, you'll see that that turns red. That's our shape that we can go ahead and scale. So let's scale that guy down to about the size of our wire. We don't want this to be really big. Okay, so there we go. And if you want to adjust the smoothness of your wire, go ahead and go to your loft, and you'll have your skin parameters, and you can adjust that path steps, and that will kind of smooth out your line a little bit. So if we take this way down, you'll see that gets very jagged. So your path steps is going to smooth that line out. Okay, so we've built our brake line. So the next thing that we need to do is actually go ahead and build our handle for this brake to work. So let's go ahead and do that. Whoop, let me switch to my front view. Watch out for that orthographic orbiting there. You might get a little lost there. So let's go ahead and build our handle with a box. And we're just going to do a simple shape for this handle. So let's go to Standard Primitives and Box. I'm going to make this kind of long here. And I'm going to make this width and height. I'm going to go to 0.5 on both of these. My length I'm not so worried about because I'm going to adjust that. Now what I also want to do is go ahead and add some segments here. I'm going to add some length segments. And I'm going to do about 6. So let's go ahead and convert this to an editable poly. And what I want to do is go ahead and just kind of move this over to my box and center this up on the box here. Move this down here. Okay, so let's go back to our front and let's actually shape this guy out. So we're going to go to vertex mode. And I'm just going to go vert by vert, each row of vertices here. So I'm just going to switch this to view here, my reference coordinate system, and pull this into my box, and I'm going to pull this out. And let's just kind of create kind of a curvy type handle. Now you'll notice that our geometry begins to taper a little bit. This is nothing to worry about. We're going to adjust this as we go. Okay, so what I want to do now is our flow is not really working all that well. These lines across are horizontal. We want them to flow with this geometry. So I'm going to select them and I'm going to rotate them just to kind of help out with the flow a little bit. Oop, let me hit undo one time. Tried to select this row here. And let's just kind of point these in the direction of our object. Okay. So here we go. We've got a base handle here, and I don't want this to be too extravagant. If you want to add some more detail to this, like adding a little ball at the end, you can do so. But what I am going to do is go ahead and smooth this out using my NURMS. And I'm going to add some resolution to this. So select Edge Mode and go to Edit and Swift Loop. And I'm going to switch to my perspective so I can see what I'm actually cutting here, or inserting a loop. Do one on each side. And I am going to go ahead and flatten out the top here, but I'm going to leave the bottom rounded out. So I'm going to turn off Edge, and let's go ahead and actually add some more resolution to this. So we'll go to our NURMS and take the iterations up, and there we go. So let's go ahead and rotate this guy and fit him into our box. So we're going to go to our left view. So just hit L on the keyboard to do that. I'm just going to rotate this to where it fits right inside this box here. So it looks like probably 30 degrees there. And then I'm going to move this into position. And then hit perspective and push this into that box, making sure that that's fitting in there. And we're looking pretty good here. If you want to make any minor adjustments, you can go ahead and do so. Like if you want to add some detail or just adjust the shape, but I want to make sure that this shape to where somebody could fit their hand here. That's just kind of what I was going for. So what we've done in this lesson is we've finished out the brake system, our brake lines, our brake handle, and our actual brake system down here. So what we're going to do in the next lesson is finish off this bike by building the kickstand in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to build the kickstand for our concept bike. So you're probably already tossing around some ideas on how you can build this kickstand, and I want to show you a different way of using the line tool to create that. So let's get started. So let's go ahead and go to our Create panel and our Shapes, and we're going to select our Line tool. Now I'm just very quickly going to create the shape of this kickstand, just tracing out the contour of our bike here. And I'm just going to click a few points and right click to end that line. So let's go ahead and reshape that. So let's go to vertex mode and convert these to Bezier corner and just reshape this line. I'm going to hit F3 on the keyboard to help me out with this, just so I can see it a little bit easier. And let's grab our move tool and move these handles. So you might be thinking, okay, well, how are we going to create some 3D geometry from this line? We've been having to use different modifiers, and we've had to use things like loft. Well, what we're going to do is we're not actually going to be using any modifier to do this. What we're going to actually do is we're going to use this rendering rollout to help us out. So what we're going to do is we're going to check this Enable in Viewport. So let me hit F3 on my keyboard to go to our shaded view. And just by checking that, we've got some geometry that was built right on this spline. So what we can do is we can actually change the shape of this geometry. Right now it's on radial. So let's change it to rectangular, because that's the design that I have for my kickstand. Now if you want to go with radial, you can do that. That's totally up to you. Now what I want to do here is I want to create the kickstand from this geometry. But before I do that, I want to size this up a little bit. So I'm going to take my length down just a little bit, because I don't want it to be that wide on my bike frame. And I also want to take this width down, because I don't want it to be that thick. Okay? Alright, so I've got my kickstand here, and now I need to be able to go ahead and model with this, but it's still a line. So what I want to do is convert this to an editable poly. Now I can access the different polygons of this piece of geometry. So let's go to polygon mode, and what I want to do is create this little foot thing to keep our bike from falling over. So we could choose these 3 polygons. Let me go ahead and go to 4 here. And what I'm going to do is extrude this out. So let's hit extrude, and let's take this down a little bit here. And I'm going to hit OK, and I'm also going to scale these polygons down just to kind of taper that off. Okay, so that looks pretty good to me. And what I want to do now is go ahead and create this piece for the bottom so it hooks into my sprocket. So I'm going to turn off polygon mode really quickly, and I'm going to actually hide unselected. So now all I have is my kickstand. So let's go to polygon mode and select these polygons right here. Let me change the color of this so we can see this a little bit easier. Whenever we select, that didn't help, did it? Let's go to green. There we go. So we've got these 3 polygons selected, and I'm going to use the bevel tool instead of extrude this time. So I'm going to hit the settings box, and you'll notice that bevel, it will extrude it, but also taper the polygons you had selected. So I'm just going to bring my height down and take my bevel up just a little bit more, just to give this a little bit of thickness. So I'm okay with that, and I'm just going to hit OK. Alright, so now we're ready to go ahead and actually apply NURBS to this to smooth it out. Now I'm going to have to add some resolution, and whenever we convert a line like this over to editable geometry, sometimes we'll get some triangulation in some areas. So we want to make sure we check our model for that. Now you'll see that we have some triangulation right here on the end of our kickstand here. So let's go ahead and go to edge mode, and let's select that and hit backspace just to get rid of that. Okay, I just don't want any triangulation on here. So let's go ahead and apply NURBS to this to smooth it out. And then we'll go ahead and add some geometry or some more resolution to just tighten up those details. So we're just going to click on each side I'm going to tighten up this foot here. And I really don't need to do anything down here. Let's go ahead and tighten up this end. And that looks pretty good there. We might want to add a little bit of resolution right there to tighten it up a little bit more. Okay, so now I've got my kickstand started here. So let's go ahead and unhide our bike. And what I want to do is actually create a hole for this kickstand to rest in on our hubless sprocket. So let's select that. And I'm going to go ahead and apply NURMS to it. And I need to create some geometry right here for this hole. So I'm going to go to Edge Mode. And I'm going to select one of these edges and hit Ring. And that'll select all the way around. And we're going to use this Connect tool to create those segments. So let's hit Settings. And you'll notice that it creates one segment here. So let's create two because I want to be able to select two polygons right underneath this kickstand. So I'm also going to change my pinch and drag that up a little bit, and you'll see how that's making our segments a little bit wider. So I'll go to about 20 and hit OK on this. Alright, so now I've got these polygons here. So let's go to Polygon Mode and select those two. And what I'm going to do is actually do an inset really quickly. And I'm going to do a very small inset because we're using NURMS and I want to have a little bit of resolution and have a little bit of hardness to this hole that we're going to create. So I'm going to do about 0.08 and hit OK. And now with those polygons selected, I'm going to do an extrude. And I'm going to take this down and go into a negative direction. And now you can see that we've got a hole started for our kickstand to fit into. So I'll go down to like a -2 around that area and hit OK. Now this is still kind of rough, so I want to take my iterations up on my NURMS just to smooth that out a little bit more. Go to 2, and if you're comfortable with going to 3, you could do that too. But I'm just going to go ahead and leave it at 2 in this case. Okay, so let's turn off polygon mode. And now we've got our kickstand built. We've got that hole for our kickstand to rest in. So what I want to do now is actually adjust the pivot point of this kickstand. So let's go to our front view, and you'll notice that if we try to rotate this kickstand, it's going to rotate around the center, not around the pivot point. So let's hit undo one time. And I want to adjust that pivot point. So let's go to our hierarchy panel and do Effect Pivot Only. And we're going to actually use our Move tool to move this pivot point. And we're going to move it right down here along the pivot point of our kickstand. Okay, so let's go ahead and turn off Effect Pivot Only. And now whenever we rotate this kickstand, it'll rotate around the bottom. Okay, so let's hit undo to put that in its original position. Alright, so in this lesson we've finished up this kickstand and we've finished up our modeling, most of our modeling portions to this bike. And we want to just add some finishing touches by giving our bike a brand by adding some text to this chain guard. In this lesson, we're going to go ahead and add those finishing touches to our chain guard by adding that text and giving our bike a brand. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to our Create panel, and we're going to use our text under our splines here. So I'm just going to click one time, and you'll see that it's built max text in our scene. You'll also notice that we have some geometry on this, and this is from our last lesson. We just have this enable and viewport turned on, and I'm going to actually go ahead and turn that off. Okay, so let's go ahead and change what is actually being written here. And what we're going to do is we're going to do this twice. What I'm going to do is put in DT, and I'm going to go ahead and choose just a font that I like. And you could really go down and you could scroll through these and pick whatever you like. So right now I'm just going to use this Arial Narrow Bold Italic just for this first portion here. So what we're going to do now is go ahead and take our size down just so it fits on our bike chain here, our chain guard. And I'm going to move this into position. Now you'll notice I can't see this, so I'm going to switch to my perspective and pull this out in the Z direction here, or the Y direction, I'm sorry. So let's move this over, center this up here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to put DT right here, and then I'm going to put racing across here. But I want DT to be more predominant here. Okay, so let's go ahead and build another text piece here. And it's going to be exactly the same that we had before, DT. So let's move this out in the Y. Go to our front view. And I'm just going to replace that text. So I'm going to go to my Modify panel. And let me kind of collapse my rendering. And we're going to do Racing in here. And we're going to choose a different text. And let's find something that's very contrasting to the DT that we've got before. So let's go ahead and go down. Let's find something really interesting here. And let me go ahead and pause this. Let me find something and I'll show you what it is. Alright, so I found a text like this, and I think this is going to be default on your machine. But if not, you could probably download this script. So I'm just going to use this Segway script here, and I'm going to apply some italics to it just to give it a little bit of contrast. Now I want to go ahead and bring our size down just so it fits on my chain guard. And we'll bring this down just a little bit more. I'm afraid this might be too small to actually see on our chain guard here, but we'll work with it. So let's just size this up. And now what I want to do is actually extrude these text objects here and make them 3D. So let's just use our modifier list, and we're going to do extrude. You know what, actually let's do bevel on this, because we can extrude this out and then really give it a nice neat little cap here. So let's take our bevel values up. Let's do our start outline. Let's take that back to 0 there. Let's take our height, I'm sorry. Let's go to our perspective view so we can see this. And let's go to 1 and take our outline up or down. This is going to be really touchy here, so we're going to have to do like negative 0.001. And that's not going to work, so let's do negative 0.01. And let's go just a little bit further than that. So let's do 5. And let's take this height down. Let's do 0.25 on this height. Okay, so you just want to be careful with some of those values because you'll get them to cross one another and it just won't look very good. So let's select that piece of text and let's push that right up against our chain guard there. And let's take our height down to 0.25 just to make that a little bit smaller. And that value keeps changing because I keep hitting the mouse wheel. Let's go ahead and go to DT. And let's do the same thing. Let's apply a bevel to this. This one might be a little bit easier on our bevel. So we'll keep our height at 0.25 and then we'll adjust our outline down a little bit. So let's do negative 0.25 on our outline on that one. So let's go ahead and move this back to our chain guard and just line this up. Pull this down so it actually fits on it. And we'll do the same thing here. And you might have to actually rotate this a little bit to get this to line up really nicely on your chain guard. So just adjust those accordingly. Okay, let's go ahead and turn that angle snap off for our rotation. See if we can get this to line up just a little bit better. Alright, so I'm pretty happy with this. And what we can do is go ahead and apply some materials to this. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and finish that up in the next lesson by applying materials to our entire bike and then getting this ready to render for a still shot. In this lesson, we're ready to go ahead and start adding our materials to our bike and getting this ready for a render. So let's go ahead and let's go to our materials editor, and I'm going to actually expand this out just a little bit so I have a little bit more room to work here. And what I want to do is go ahead and start just kind of plotting out some colors that I want to go with. Now, seeing that I'm using the Mental Ray rendering engine, I'm going to go ahead and use some of the Mental Ray materials that we have. So what I want to do is actually use this metallic paint, and I'm going to drag this over. And right now this is red, so I'm just going to double click on this, and I'm going to switch this over to white. Okay, and I'm going to hit OK on that. Now I'm also going to go ahead and change this to pearl, and let's double click on our swatch here just so we can see what's going on here. And I want to change this to a second color, and I want to use kind of a purple. So I want to make this a very light purple to where it's almost pink looking. Okay, so we'll hit OK on that. And let's go ahead and let's disable those flecks in there just to see what that looks like. And I'm going to go ahead and keep those in there, just because I think it looks kind of nice there. So what I'm going to do is go ahead and close our materials for right now, and I'm going to go ahead and just kind of plot out what I want to put this white material on. So I'm going to go ahead and choose my frame, and I'm going to apply this material here. And let me just squish this up just a little bit so we can see what's going on. And I'm going to select this material and then hit Assign to Selection. So now that has been applied. And let's go ahead and choose a few other things to apply this to. So I'm going to choose my chain guard, apply this here. Now you could go ahead and you could really apply this to anything that you like. You can come up with your own material design. I'm just kind of doing a basic material run through with this. So I'm going to select this piece and apply that white there as well, and also my forks. Okay. Let me apply that one more time. Okay, it is there. And let's go ahead and go to our perspective, and I'm just going to kind of try to rotate around here. Let me move this or squish this down a little bit so we can actually see a little bit more of what we're doing. And let's select our fork. We're going to do Assign to Selection and select this chain guard and do the same thing. And okay, so my reference image got in the way there. I'm actually finished with that, so I can actually go ahead and unfreeze that and delete that reference image. And let's go ahead and let's choose another color now. Let's try to get some contrasting colors in here. So let's go ahead and go down to Car Paint, and I'm going to bring this in. And this is very similar to the metallic paint that Autodesk has, but I just want to use a different one. So we're going to double click on it, and we're going to choose a base color. And what we're going to do is we're going to choose a bright orange, and I'm going to hit OK. And I'm going to expand that, just double click on that swatch so I can see how this is looking. And I'm going to choose my light facing color, and I'm going to make this a red orange. Okay, very, very deep red orange here, and hit OK on that. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this material, and I'm going to go ahead and apply this to the different pieces. So I'm going to put this on my screen, and you'll notice that it's showing up as gray. That's okay. Whenever we render it, it will show up. And let me bring this back on, just squish this down here. And select this accent and assign it, as well as these other pieces as well. Okay. And my fender and my sprocket. Okay. So this is looking pretty good to me. And I'm actually going to go ahead and I'm just going to do a render on this. Let me pull my materials down here. Now I know it's going off screen. I just want this out of the way. I'll bring this back up in just a moment. So let's go ahead and do a quick render just to see what this is looking like. And we've got our white material. It's got kind of that pearl iridescent look to it. And we might want to take that pearl down a little bit more if you want to do that. And I'm going to look at my orange on my geometry. So this is looking really, really nice here. So let's go ahead and finish this out. Let me go ahead and create a chrome type material here so we can apply that to our rim and some of our metallic geometry. So let's bring our materials back up. It's going to expand this out. And let's go ahead and use Autodesk has a metal, and let's drag that in. And let's zoom out and kind of separate this a little bit. Let's grab these nodes and pull them over out of the way here. And let's go ahead and double click on our metal here, and we're going to make this metal a chrome. And we're not going to do polished because this is really high polish. This is almost like a pinball. And what I want to do is a satin metallic on this. So that way it shows up a little bit easier, and it goes a little bit easier on our reflections whenever we try to render. So I'm going to move this down out of the way. And let's go ahead and apply or assign our materials to some of our different metallic objects. So let's select our spokes here. I'm going to apply that, and I'm going to do the same thing to my rim and this as well. So I'll select both of those and hit this assign to selection, and I'm going to choose our sprocket, make sure it gets both sides there, and assign that. And we've got this little spindle here, make sure we get that as well. And let's take a look and see what else we want to apply this to. Let's go ahead and apply it to our handle, and let's ungroup this. Select that handle and assign that. And we're going to have to do the same thing here, ungroup, and then select that handle and assign this material. Okay, so let's take a look at this and just do a render on this and see how this is looking. And we always want to judge our materials based on our render. We never want to just kind of look at the viewport and say that's okay, because we're